This page is the cover of SEGA Saturn magazine, featuring a dynamic illustration of several characters from prominent titles. The headline highlights weekly coverage of the Sakura Taisen Steam radio show and other popular works, with a focus on new information for Grandia. Key features spotlight games like Ronde Rondo, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Shining Force 2i Scenario 1, Machi, Sonic R, The Kindaichi Case Files, Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, and Yuno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world. There's also a complete strategy guide announced for Super Robot Wars F. The cover indicates this is Volume 38, from November 7, 1997. A special feature covers Kyoto Joyopolis and Sega Arena locations, and a section lists complete guides for games including Dead or Alive, Asuka 120%, Samurai Showdown titles, Street Fighter Collection, Let's Make a Pro Soccer Club 2, and others. The artwork depicts a diverse cast, suggesting the wide range of genres covered within the magazine. This page features a vibrant, action-packed illustration showcasing a mix of characters, from a punk girl wielding a massive gun to various robotic and creature designs set against colorful explosions and graphic text. The page highlights several exciting Sega Saturn titles. Among the featured games is All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, an anniversary wrestling title bringing together legendary pro wrestlers like Giants Baba and Mitsuharu Misawa with characters from Virtua Fighter. It's presented as a dream matchup for fighting fans. Also showcased is Ronde Rondo, an authentic simulation RPG that follows the style of the Shin Megami Tensei series, noted for its substantial content spread across 2 discs and character designs by Kazuma Kaneko. A screenshot shows its tactical map view. Rounding out the selection is Tactics Formula, described as a fresh take on gaming that combines the thrill of formula racing with the accessible nature of a board game, supporting up to 4 simultaneous players. A screenshot displays its board game layout. The page also promotes the Sega Saturn Festa event held at Tokyo Joyopolis, specifying that the All Japan Pro Wrestling game will be featured on November 16th. It introduces Ei Tateishi as this month's Miss Sega Saturn Festa. The vertical text on the side points out that excitement comes in many forms, fitting the diverse lineup presented. This page features a wild, graffiti-style illustration centered around a tombstone marking RI page 1997, filled with vibrant characters and chaos, reflecting the diverse and sometimes unconventional energy of the Sega Saturn library. The page showcases 3 distinct titles. First up is Culdicept, presented as a deeply strategic board game that cleverly merges the mechanics of board games with the addictive elements of trading card games, offering a unique experience for solo or multiplayer sessions. Next is The Lost World, Jurassic Park, based on the hit movie, an action-packed game where players can choose to experience the thrill as either humans or dinosaurs. Finally, there's Super Robot Wars F, a massive simulation RPG packed with extensive scenarios, numerous events, and an impressive cast of over 130 voice actors, a must-play for fans of tactical mecha combat. Beyond the games, the page announces the launch of the Sega Partners User Club starting October 1st, offering benefits like demo discs and event invitations for fans. The overall message, highlighted next to an image of the console, is clear. Sega Saturn software is consistently a strong choice, promising quality experiences across various genres. The next page is a promotional page for the Sega Saturn software Digimon 2, a game development tool that allows users to create their own shooting games. The main focus is the announcement of a user game contest for creations made with Digimon 2. The grand prize is a substantial 1 million yen. The page provides details on how to enter, which involves submitting original games created with the software on VHS video, along with planning and setting documents. The eligibility criteria are notably broad and humorously inclusive, stating that any Digimon 2 user is welcome to apply regardless of their background. The deadline for submissions is March 31, 1998. Published by Athena, the page also includes contact information for sending entries and inquiries. There is a small apology note, stating that the initial limited edition mousepack has been cancelled due to various circumstances. The game itself is stated as being currently on sale for 5,800 yen, excluding tax. The overall impression is an invitation for Sega Saturn users to get creative and potentially win a large prize using Athena's Digimon 2 software. This page delves into the capabilities of Digimon 2 on the Sega Saturn. Building on the previous page's announcement, it proudly declares that this iteration supports both vertical and horizontal shooters, a major enhancement. Creating graphics is made accessible even for beginners, with a 256 color palette enabling detailed artwork. The software includes online hints and user-friendly editor screens. You can construct games with up to 10 stages, offering substantial creative scope. The customization runs deep, with an impressive 1029 possible attack pattern combinations for the player's ship. Enemy animations and sizes are expanded, and boss characters are highly detailed. The sound features are also robust, allowing for music composition with tracks up to 32 measures. The page stresses that these extensive features will satisfy even the most dedicated creators, suggesting the software is a complete package for aspiring game designers, and also confirms support for two-player gameplay. This page serves as the table of contents for SEGA Saturn Magazine, issue volume 38, dated November 7, 1997. It outlines the key features and articles within the issue. On page 125, a special feature covers new SEGA AM facilities in the Kansai region, specifically focusing on Joypolis Kyoto and the SEGA Arena, offering a thorough introduction to these entertainment centers. The bulk of the page details a large special report starting on page 18. This section highlights numerous upcoming or recently released games, including Sakura Wars Steam Radio Show, Shining Force 2i Scenario 1, God of the City, Panzer Dragoon Saga, listed as a Kozel Panzer Dragoon RPG, Machi, Sega Touring Car Championship, Ronde, Panic R, Yuno, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World, Atelier Marie, The Alchemist of Salzburg, The Kindaichi Case Files, Sorrowful Avenger of Hoshimi Island, Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Heart Nightmare, Savaki, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, Snowboarding Tricks 98, and J-League Live Soccer. An illustration of the character Mint from the game Ronde is prominently featured alongside this list. Further content includes a 97 Autumn Game School special feature on page 75 titled, Let's Become a Game Creator, likely related to game development software like Digimon 2 discussed previously. Page 102 promises new information about the highly anticipated RPG Grandia, while page 133 offers a thorough strategy guide for the popular mecha crossover title, Super Robot Wars F. This page serves as the magazine's table of contents, laying out the diverse range of SEGA Saturn content covered. You'll find detailed coverage kicking off with new releases on page 141, featuring titles like Tilk, Sankyo Fever, the battle action for SEGA Saturn, and more. Looking ahead, page 146 previews exciting coming soon software, including games such as Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club 2, Lunar, Magic School, and Lost World. Jurassic Park. For those seeking mastery, a complete guide section starts on page 166, offering in-depth strategies for popular games like Dead or Alive, Samurai Showdown IV, Street Fighter Collection, and Steep Slope Sliders. Beyond standard game reviews, there's a special focus on All Japan Pro Wrestling, featuring Virtua Fighter on page 164, a look at Sega's arcade operations on page 182, and an interview feature with Sega AM3 on page 184, diving into games like Top Skater and Cyber Troopers Virtualon. The right side of the page features an extensive game index, listing many other Saturn titles alphabetically and their corresponding page numbers, highlighting games previously mentioned in the lead article like Panzer Dragoon Saga, Culticept, Grandia, and Devil Summoner Soul Hackers. An illustration from the game Ronde is also prominently displayed. This page highlights the upcoming SEGA Saturn Digital Circus 97 event starting in Fukuoka on October 25th and 26th. The event promises a spectacle featuring performances from a circus troupe, intense cyber troopers, Virtualon network battles over X-Band, and talk shows. Building on the success of the previous year, it emphasizes the significant advancements made in the SEGA Saturn platform over the past year, noting the release of titles like Burning Rangers and Sakura Wars 2, and hints at further new announcements beyond those already revealed. The page also introduces a groundbreaking information system developed by Admiral called Telephone Direct Calling, or TDC. Created in collaboration with NTT, this system allows users to make phone calls to access information such as news and product details. The article suggests that this innovative TDC system could potentially be integrated into future SEGA Saturn games. Admiral, known for their PlayStation title Metafleet 2297, a screenshot of which is shown, is developing potential Saturn titles including Synchronicity and The Ruins, which might utilize this unique information retrieval method. Images on the page depict scenes from the event, showcasing performers, attendees enjoying games, and a display featuring the SEGA Saturn console. This page dives deeper into the SEGA Saturn Digital Circus 97 event, highlighting the upcoming iteration in Fukuoka at Canal City Hakata on October 25th and 26th. It details the extensive list of titles planned for exhibition by both SEGA and various licensees. SEGA's lineup includes titles like the upcoming Shining Force 2i, Scenario 1, Sonic SAR, and Burning Rangers, showcasing their diverse offerings from RPGs and racers to action and sports games. Licensees are bringing a massive array of titles, featuring everything from popular fighting games like X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, to RPGs such as Princess Crown and Devil Summoner Soul Hackers, and adventure games like Machi and Dead or Alive. It's clear the event promises a huge variety of genres for attendees to experience. Beyond the main event details, the page also features a unique PHS phone giveaway contest, offering rare models decorated with popular characters including Sonic, Nadesico, and Slayers, open to 50 lucky winners. Additionally, there's coverage of a tour by Chisa Yokoyama, the voice actress of Sakura Shinguji from Sakura Wars, highlighting her Make You Smile concert series and recent performances, emphasizing her connection with fans. SEGA fans have a lot to look forward to. Starting October 24th, order festive Puyo Puyo Christmas cakes in various sizes, with the first 1,000 orders receiving a bonus. The 4th Railway Festival featured Taito's train simulator, Let's Go by Train, offering hands-on experiences for railway enthusiasts. In game news, 12-year-old Natsuki Kato won the 3rd Image Girl contest and will represent the game maker. A signing event for the Minisuka fan book is scheduled for November 1st Street. Finally, check out the Wave UFO, a quirky gadget that reacts to PHS phone signals, priced at 2,980 yen and available in several colors. The page also details how to apply for prizes. This page features several exciting updates for SEGA Saturn enthusiasts. First up, the release of the highly anticipated game, Enemy Zero, is being celebrated with a concert featuring music composed by Michael Nyman. Fans have a chance to be invited to this special event. Next, there's a promotion featuring popular actress Ryoko Hirosu. Readers have an opportunity to win her 98 calendar, which highlights her natural charm. In other news, the Carbuncle Girls are holding auditions for new members. This ties into the popular Puyo Puyo series and offers hopefuls a chance to participate in various activities like events and television appearances. Anime fans will be interested to know that the classic 1990 OVA Ziri Bomber is getting a high-quality release on LD box, packed with extras like a soundtrack CD and trading cards. Finally, the page includes reviews of several music releases. These include new albums and singles from various artists such as Akina Nakamori, Every Little Thing, Taiyo no 2, the band Hound Dog, Fishmans, a live album from Zuntata, known for game music, Last Scene, and a CD drama based on the anime Koka Hoshin. Each review offers a brief look at the artist and the style of the music, covering various genres from ballads to up-tempo tracks and drama crids. This page presents the weekly SEGA Saturn software sales ranking, giving a snapshot of the most popular titles at the time. Leading the charge at number 1 is the fighting game sensation, Dead or Alive, a new release that quickly became a hot commodity, selling out rapidly. Coming in second is the strategic RPG, Super Robot Taisen F, known for its full voice acting and engaging battles featuring iconic mechs and characters. The third spot goes to JIKU Powerful Pro Yakyu 97 Kaimakuban, Power Pro Baseball 97, highlighting improvements to its gameplay systems. Other top performers include the multiplayer-focused board game Momotaro Dentetsu G, the fast-paced fighting game Asuka 120% Limited Burning Fest, which is noted as being beginner-friendly, and Dazemon 2, a unique tool allowing players to create their own shoot-'em-ups. Further down the list, fan favorites like the adventure game Campus Note Extra, the fighting game Samurai Showdown 2i/IV, and the comprehensive Street Fighter collection maintain strong sales. The rankings also feature simulation titles like Winning Post 2 Final 97 and Tactics Formula, alongside various other genres including puzzle games and mecha shooters like Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2. The chart provides essential data for players to see what's trending in the Saturn market. This page dives into the SEGA Saturn community's desires and the current arcade scene. One major section lists the top 20 games users most want converted to the Saturn. Topping the list are titles like Neon Genesis Evangelion, Girlfriend of Steel, and D2, showing a strong demand for popular visual novels and adventure games. Beloved RPG series like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy also feature prominently, as do arcade hits like The House of the Dead and Virtua Striker, highlighting a desire for diverse genres on the console. Another key part of the page showcases the top 15 arcade games based on shop data. Virtua Fighter 3 Team Battle leads the pack, followed by the immensely popular Tekken 3 and Virtua Striker 2. The rankings feature a mix of fighting games, such as Vampire Savior 2 and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, alongside racing games like Scud Race Plus and Overrev, and other arcade staples like Cybertroopers Virtualon and The House of the Dead. This data gives a clear picture of which games were drawing crowds in the arcades. The page also highlights a featured game, Fighting Bujutsu, noting its advanced AI that learns from your playstyle and its impressive graphics. Screenshots show popular arcade titles like Pocket Fighter and the racing game Overrev, giving a taste of the games dominating the arcade scene, and some of the titles players are hoping to see make the jump to Saturn. The SEGA Saturn's hopeful new Soft Top 30 presents user-anticipated titles. Sakura Taisen 2, Grandia, and Super Robot Wars F Final Edition are the top 3, each showcased with screenshots and brief descriptions. The full list includes popular arcade fighting games like Vampire Savior and Virtua Fighter 3, reflecting high demand for arcade conversions. RPGs, such as Panzer Dragoon Saga and Shining Force 2i, alongside unique Saturn games like Burning Rangers and Sonic SAR, also made the list. Notably, Resident Evil 2 appears, highlighting hopes for a Saturn port. A Coming Soon section highlights the King of Fighters 97 and Princess Crown, hinting at hidden characters and playable features, respectively. This page provides a snapshot of the exciting SEGA Saturn game lineup that players were eagerly anticipating. This page dives into the SEGA Saturn Reader's Check, Volume 73, a weekly ranking based on votes from players on all released Saturn software. It's clear that the competition at the top is intense, with Super Robot Wars F managing to hold on to the coveted #1 spot despite strong challenges. Hot on its heels are the popular shooter Donpachi and the unique RPG Zeldner Shift, both showing significant increases in their average scores and pushing hard for the lead. The page features screenshots highlighting these top contenders. One from Super Robot Wars F, showcasing its tactical mech combat, another from Donpachi displaying its frenetic bullhell action, and an image featuring characters from Zeldner Shift. The text emphasizes the dynamic nature of the ranking, driven by real-time reader votes, making every week's results unpredictable and exciting, as games battle for position across the extensive list of Saturn titles. This page introduces a selection of new and promising SEGA Saturn titles, featuring reviews with both reader and magazine scores. Alongside a section continuing the reader-voted ranking list on the left, the page highlights several recent releases with screenshots and summaries of player feedback. Featured titles include Momotaro Duchuki, a board game/RPG mix praised for its enjoyable core gameplay loop despite some minor pacing issues. Samurai Showdown IV, the latest entry in the popular fighting series, receives positive comments for its fighting system and character designs, though some note it might be geared more towards experienced players. Also reviewed are Zenkoku Seifuku, Bishujo Grand Prix Find Love, a puzzle/dating sim described as lighthearted and visually appealing, and Anarchy in the Nippon, a fighting game noted for its aggressive style and visuals. The page also touches upon niche releases like a Pachizlo simulation and a retro-style shooting game based on a classic anime. The reviews provide a snapshot of player sentiment, with comments often mentioning specific aspects like gameplay mechanics, graphics, and overall fun factor, giving readers a taste of what to expect from these diverse new additions to the Saturn library. The bottom section teases upcoming features, including a look at million-selling Saturn software and interviews. This page continues the reader rankings for SEGA Saturn software, focusing on titles in the lower tiers, specifically the EC and D charts. The commentary notes the stability within the SEC chart this week, but highlights some significant shifts, including the notable drop of Mega Man X4 and Storm of the Pacific, while Nantu Jinyaido, a seemingly live-action adventure title based on the screenshot, saw a significant climb. The page also recommends checking out Fantastep and Adventure Mono Mono from this section. Moving down to the D chart, the commentary focuses on the games at the very bottom of the rankings, It points out that the game Bu Teu has remained at the lowest rank for 3 consecutive weeks. Screenshots illustrate the games mentioned, showing Mega Man X4's action, Storm of the Pacific's strategic view, the character portrait from A, and the puzzle gameplay of Bu Teu. The lower commentary section also mentions names like Mr. Death and Athena! Likely referencing other titles or concepts in this ranking tier, accompanied by screenshots from other games in this range, including one set in a jungle environment. Overall, the page gives readers insight into the popularity and reception of a broad spectrum of Saturn games, from action-packed sequels to niche puzzle and simulation titles. The next page continues the reader rankings list for SEGA Saturn software, picking up from rank 509 downwards. However, the main focus shifts to a spotlight feature on the Game Tengoku, also known as Game Paradise, written by Manami Rei. This feature highlights Game Tengoku as a recommended title, noting its release date and providing both reader and magazine scores, with the readers giving it a very high rating of 9.2178. The review describes the game as a satisfying shooter with a silly, heartwarming scenario and a deluge of chaotic gags that will make players laugh. It mentions the game's otaku appeal, featuring elements like stuffed animals, balloons, airships, and karaoke songs related to classic games. The reviewer praises the game's service spirit and depth, encouraging readers to experience its unique brand of fun. The page also includes a section with recent reader comments, where a player from Shizuoka praises Game Tengoku for its replayability, ease of use, and depth, particularly highlighting modes like Time Attack. Finally, there is a message from the development staff, expressing gratitude for the support the game has received and encouraging newcomers to try it out. Screenshots on the page show gameplay from Game Tengoku, including action segments and menu screens, along with character portraits. The next page features previews and reviews for upcoming SEGA Saturn games, alongside various reader-driven content. The Paddock Info section highlights anticipated releases. Dead or Alive receives a strong average score of 8.33, with reviewers praising its top-tier graphics, fluid combat, and effective countering system, despite some notes on damage output. Reader comments echo the positive sentiment regarding its high quality as a port. Desamen 2, the fourth entry in the series, scores 6.66. It's recognized for its depth, but criticized for issues with map production and overall difficulty, though the 256 color use is appreciated. Tactics Formula scores 4.33, an F1 simulation noted for faithfully reproducing tracks but lacking dynamic elements like weather and pit stop strategy depth. The page also includes the SEGA Saturn peripherals ranking based on reader votes, showing the average scores for various accessories. Readers are invited to participate in contests, including predicting the debut ranking of All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, and the average reader score, odds, for Lost World, Jurassic Park, with chances to win games. Furthermore, a special prize draw offers winners a choice of peripheral sets paired with a game. The page concludes with reader comments on various SEGA Saturn-related topics. This page dives into the exciting details of the upcoming Steam Radio Show disc, part of the Sakura Wars Imperial Floral Assault Troop Song Theater release. Positioned just 3 weeks before its launch, this disc is presented as a must-have for fans, offering a wealth of interactive and supplementary content. It's one of 2 discs in the set, specifically the game disc, despite being more of a multimedia experience than a traditional game. The preview highlights various sections accessible from the main menu, which is revealed here for the first time in Japan. These include a DJ selection, where you can listen to segments hosted by familiar faces from the Flower Division, a feeling couple mode that tests compatibility with different characters like Sakura and Maria, and a game encyclopedia, likely containing background information. A particularly interesting section is Ai Yue Ni, for love, shown with images of Sakura and Maria. Furthermore, the disc includes a robust minigame section on its backside, featuring a total of 7 different games. These range from familiar titles like Waku Waku Wakusu and Hyakunin Issue to others, offering players a chance to challenge their high scores. Overall, the page portrays the Steam Radio Show disc as a charming package designed to deepen the player's connection with the Sakura Wars universe through character interactions and fun activities. The Feeling Couple mode from the Sakura Wars Imperial Floral Assault Troop Song Theater Steam Radio Show disc offers interactive compatibility consultations with the Flower Division members. Players, as Ugami, answer questions posed by each girl, leading to varied interactions based on the character. Conversations with Maria involve mediating squabbles, Tsunemire focuses on stage performance, Iris on dreams, Sakura on her background, and Kana on daily life. These interactions determine which character receives a photo event ticket. The page also announces a disc release campaign. Purchasers can enter a postcard lottery for a chance to win prizes, an authentic Steam radio, or a literary set of writing paper and a fountain pen, designed in the game's Taisho-era aesthetic. 100 winners will be selected for each prize, offering fans a chance to acquire exclusive Sakura Wars merchandise. This page dives into the content of the Kayuban song disc, the second disc included with the Sakura Wars Steam radio show. Unlike the game disc, this features a recording of the actual live Sakura Wars musical performance, the Kaiju Show, held at the Tokyo Kosei Nenkin Kaikan. This show is presented as the realization of series creator Hiroi Uji's long-held dream to bring the characters to a real stage. The performance, which ran for 3 days with 5 shows total, was a significant success, packed with fans. While some transitional scenes use static images and subtitles due to data limits, the core story and stage performances are fully captured, giving viewers a tangible sense of the audience's excitement. The page summarizes the plot of the specific performance included, titled, For the Sake of Love, which centers on Sakura being cast in the lead role and the ensuing drama within the flower division, particularly Tsumire's dissatisfaction in Ugami's absence. It highlights key scenes and songs with accompanying photos, including the dramatic opening, the iconic Giki Keikoku Kagekidan, moments featuring Kana and Tsumire, a scene exploring various character troubles, and the enthusiastic encore performance with the full cast. This page features interviews with the voice cast of the hit Sega Saturn game, Sakura Wars. Following up on the content of the previous page detailing the live Kaiju Show performance included in the Steam radio show, the main voice actors are asked about their experiences participating in that event and their thoughts on the Steam radio show game itself, particularly the radio drama portion. Interviews are presented for the voice actors playing the core Flower Division members: Sakura Shinguji, Maria Tachibana, Sumire Kanzaki, Iris, Kohanri, and Kana Kirishima. There are also sections for the actors portraying supporting characters: Tsubaki Takamura, Yuri Sakakibara, and Kasumi Fuji. Each interview features an anime portrait of their character and a photograph of the voice actor. The cast members share their impressions of performing on the large stage for the Kaiju Show, reflecting on the excitement and challenges. They also recount memories from recording the radio drama segments for the Steam radio show, discussing the differences from stage performance and character insights. The page concludes with the cast expressing their anticipation for the game's release. This page features a special report on the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Shining Force 2i. Following the legacy of previous games in the series, the page announces the official subtitle, Giant God of the Royal Capital. Basic game details are provided, including a release date of December 1997 in Japan, a price of 4,800 yen, its genre as a simulation RPG, and it being a single-player experience. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to introducing the world's political structure and key characters. A large diagram illustrates the Palmakia continent, highlighting the relationships and factions within the Dystonia Empire, Espinia Republic, and the neutral nation of Saraband. Character portraits and affiliations are shown, including Synbios, the protagonist of Scenario 1, and his allies like Comrade and Grace, alongside characters from opposing or related nations like the Dystonia Emperor and Medion. A small text box further describes the characteristics of these 3 nations, noting the Empire's military strength and strict social hierarchy, the Republic's internal struggles despite independence, and Saraband's neutrality maintained through ancient technology. The page is visually anchored by a large, dramatic illustration depicting a massive figure and an army, possibly hinting at the giant god referenced in the subtitle. This page delves deeper into Saraband, the eternally neutral nation of trade and technology introduced on the previous page as part of the world of Shining Force 2i. Known for its mastery of ancient technology, Saraband is a wealthy trading state that maintains its neutrality, having broken away from the Empire years ago. Its capital is a remarkable floating city that can move freely on the sea, featuring advanced structures like a bustling railroad station and demonstrating its technological prowess. The page introduces Howard, a mercenary archer, hired by Saraban's guard. He's depicted not as a mere bounty hunter, but a professional soldier seeking a worthy master, adding a layer of character depth. Screenshots showcase locations within Saraband, including a scene depicting a peace conference between the Republic and Synbios forces, highlighting the nation's role as a neutral ground for diplomacy. Another series of images teases a mysterious event in the city's outskirts, involving a character and a peculiar box, hinting at unfolding plot points and interactive elements players will encounter. The page also briefly mentions Governor Grayby, a key figure tied to Saraband's independence through ancient technology. The content strongly suggests that Saraband will be a significant location, with its own mysteries and events within the game's narrative. This page delves into the railroad area near Saraband's governing territory in Shining Force 3. This bustling location utilizes advanced ancient steam engine technology to power impressive trains that transport goods and people across nations. Featured prominently is Obrado, a strong and kind soldier from the Republic's profound army stationed near the railroad, whose personal story involving saving a boy and getting injured is teased. The trains, a new historical mode of transportation, connect areas like the Dystonia Empire and Aspina Republic, but the text highlights that this technology is currently limited to a privileged class, including figures like Synbios and his companions who will experience it. Screenshots showcase the interiors of both luxurious passenger cars used by the elite and functional cargo cars packed with diverse goods, even live animals. The page strongly suggests that travel by train will be a unique segment of the game, distinct from exploring fields or towns, and will feature important story events. This page reveals a highly anticipated feature of Shining Force 3. Battles taking place directly on the roof of a moving train. Building upon the previous page's introduction of trains as a new mode of transport, this page confirms these vehicles are also dynamic battlegrounds. The text highlights the unique challenges of fighting at high speed, such as the risk of falling and navigating varied terrain across different train sections. Screenshots showcase combat across cargo cars, the locomotive, and even the narrow connector segments, which restrict movement for most units, although flying units like Birdmen are mentioned as having an advantage. The text questions the identity of the enemies and explores tactical considerations posed by the environment, including elevation changes created by stacked cargo. Beyond the train, the page briefly touches upon other diverse battle locales, a staple of the Shining Force series, featuring glimpses of field battles, a mysterious mansion, and intriguing ruins that will be explored further on the next page. This variety promises exciting and strategically distinct encounters throughout the game. This page delves into the mechanics of finding and opening treasure chests within Shining Force 2i. It outlines what happens when your party, specifically highlighting Dantar's the Knight, discovers a chest. If the chest can be opened easily, you simply examine it and acquire the item, such as Dantar's obtaining a light rapier. However, the page also addresses the situation where a chest cannot be opened by standard characters, like a knight or mage. In such cases, you need the expertise of a thief. The scenario described is when an enemy thief, like Skateab, arrives and successfully opens the chest, finding a valuable item, like a great sword. The solution then becomes clear. You must engage the enemy thief in battle. Upon defeating them, they will drop the treasure they found, allowing your party, in this instance Dantar's, to claim the great sword. The page also notes that other enemy thieves might appear, adding a layer of urgency to retrieving discovered items. This mechanic introduces strategic considerations regarding party composition and managing threats in the dungeon environment, emphasizing the importance of having a lock-picking expert like Skatetree in your team. This page introduces key elements from Shining Force 2i. We see an illustration of Kryn, a monk of Elbasem, described as a mysterious figure largely unknown to the general public, but capable of unleashing immense power against evil when pushed to his limit. The page details a dramatic event called the Pier Incident. Masked monks appear as a large ship docks, using powerful magic to seemingly eliminate two soldiers. These monks are recognizable from the town of Balsamo, which the player's force, the Symbiosis, visited early on. A scene shown at a previous game show depicted these monks as being openly hostile to the Symbiosis. The text points out that, upon closer inspection, the King of the Republic, Bazar, is among the monks. The narrative poses the significant question of what happened to the king and the symbiosis, stating that the full truth will be revealed within the game's story. Finally, the page explains the concept of summon magic, contrasting it with standard attack spells. It highlights the Phoenix summon, shown with a vibrant screenshot. The text describes the user drawing a magic circle, from which a giant fiery bird emerges to assault enemies. It also notes that even characters who can perform such powerful summons weren't capable of it from the start, emphasizing the journey and growth characters undergo throughout the adventure. The concluding text on the page leaves a sense of mystery, stating that what lies ahead in this adventure is something no one knows yet. This page offers a first look at the unique simulation game, Solo Crisis. The game's world is depicted as a single landmass with both a front side, representing the world of the gods, and a backside, belonging to demons, existing simultaneously. Players explore this world, which is shown from a top-down perspective similar to a map. The page highlights key locations using numbered points on the map and provides corresponding perspective screenshots. We see a village location and, importantly, the warp gate. This glowing circular area, about 4x4 squares on the map, acts as the link between the front and back worlds, allowing your forces to travel between realms. The text notes that structures cannot be built on the gate itself. Featured prominently is character art of a figure referred to as the Savior, described in the text as a guide who grows to lead the servants of the gods to the highest class. Solo Crisis is presented as a map-clearing type simulation game, where players will engage in this holy battle between divine and demonic forces. Starting with the first map shown here, the page serves as a special report, introducing these core concepts and visuals. This page delves deeper into the mechanics and elements of Solo Crisis, the unique simulation game where players engage in a divine battle across a dual-sided world. It highlights key map features beyond the village and warp gate introduced previously. We see the Pillar of Light, confirmed here as the link between the front and back worlds, a crucial connection that cannot be built upon. The concept of houses is detailed. These structures level up with turns and population growth, serving as the source of power needed for the gods to perform miracles. Different screenshots show distinct designs for human and demon houses. Obstacles like rocks and trees are presented, noting that some rocks are indestructible even by divine power, while trees and lower-level houses are susceptible to fire. The shrine is identified as the vital core of the game. It's the starting point and the win/loss condition. Immune to miracles, only the opposing leader can destroy it. Finally, the demon's leader is revealed, the formidable counterpart to the human savior, tasked with leading the demonic forces and capable of bringing down the enemy shrine. The page reinforces the symmetrical yet distinct nature of the god's world and the demon's world, summarizing the game as a true 3D simulation of this epic holy war, urging players to prepare for its December release. Solo Crisis features turn-based gameplay where you, as God, command shimobe units to defeat the demon enemy. You earn belief points each turn based on your population. Victory is achieved by destroying the demon's shrine or eliminating their leader. Shimobe units, including leaders, warriors, archers, mages, priests, and craftsmen, each have a move and action per turn. Actions include building houses, listening to the backworld for demon plans, and fighting. Houses provide defense and stamina recovery. Listening to the backworld offers crucial insights. Combat allows attacks on demons and structures, sometimes resulting in demons joining your side. Attacking structures weakens the demon's power. The strategic use of these actions is key to success. This page delves into the power of miracles in Solo Crisis, which are God's way of intervening in the worlds. Since God cannot directly fight, miracles are performed to assist your shimobe units within their line of sight and based on their faith. Miracles come in several forms, offering tactical advantages. You can utilize water for defense by creating waterways to protect your settlements from demons. This can involve making a pit, and then using a rainfall miracle to fill it. For destruction, you can summon lightning to break obstacles, like rocks blocking paths, or even ignite trees and houses. Rainfall miracles also serve a rescue function by putting out fires started by the enemy, or accidentally. Offensively, you can use miracles to attack. For instance, submerging enemies weakened in water is an attack method. However, a note advises caution if you want submerged demons to join you quickly. as they might disappear from the screen. You can also alter the very terrain through miracles like using the sun to dry up wetlands, or generally reshaping the land to make movement easier for your shimobe, clear obstacles, or enable the building of houses by clearing forests. The page also briefly mentions miracles in the backworld, which require understanding the language of that world to cast. Overall, miracles are a crucial tool for the player, allowing you, as God, to directly influence the battlefield and world based on the actions and faith of your shimobe followers. This page provides an in-depth look at Panzer Dragoon Saga, referred to here by its Japanese title, Azel Panzer Dragoon RPG. The confirmed release date is set for January 29, 1998, priced at 6,800 yen, coming on 4 key drums. The main focus is a special report based on a trial version sample received by the magazine, commemorating the launch of SEGA partners. It teases mysteries hidden within this sample. New CG images and battle screens are revealed, showcasing both the main character Akarizel and the formidable Guardian Dragon. A significant highlight is the scene depicting the reunion of Edge and Akarizel. Developer voices are included, with director Manabu Yakumo and planner Yukio Futatsugi commenting. Futatsugi confirms that the Guardian Dragon appears in the area that was the final stage of Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, and it's deeply integrated into the story, not just a hidden character. The report also touches on the Guardian Dragon returning as the last boss from Zwei, noting its appearance from the core of the Shellkoof and the expectation of its challenging and diverse attacks being recreated. The magazine promises a detailed explanation of the battle system and on-screen gauges based on the trial version sample, along with new game screens and information on voice actors. Game's completion is noted at 60%. This page offers a thorough dissection of the Panzer Dragoon Saga trial version, highlighting its unique, original opening movie footage. This movie, only viewable in the trial, sets the stage by presenting the start of the story as a flashback from Edge's perspective, structured around his conversation with Gash. You can see screenshots from this opening, including Edge interacting with Gash and the mysterious Clayman, as well as Edge being rescued by an airship. The section, Azel Staff Voice, features comments from the development team. One staff member explains the trial version structure as a specific flashback point in the main story, emphasizing its original movie content and illustrations, making it a collector's item. Another comment details that the trial includes 2 types of berserk attacks and the ability to change the dragon's type, with battles against various enemy types, including bosses. A significant reveal is the luxurious voice actor lineup for Panzer Dragoon Saga. Featured prominently is a special interview with Masato Ibu, the voice actor for Clayman, who discusses the challenges and nuances of voicing the character in a 3D world. The page also lists the key voice cast: Akira Ishida as Edge, Maya Sakamoto as Azel, Hochu Utsuka as Gash, Hiroaki Hirata as Paeto, Akio Utsuka as Arwen, and Toru Okawa as Twastava. A staff member expresses delight at securing Masato Ibu for the role of Clayman, believing a prominent actor would add depth. This page delves into the battle system of the Panzer Dragoon Saga trial version, highlighting the critical role of the energy gauge. It explains that every action edge and the dragon take in combat consumes this gauge, which refills naturally over time. The page details the various command icons used to perform actions, such as Edge's standard gun attack, the dragon's homing laser, item usage, powerful berserk attacks, and changing the dragon's type, noting the gauge cost for each. A vital concept is positioning, maneuvering the dragon relative to the enemy, which influences the enemy's actions. The battle radar visualizes this relationship, with a green zone representing a safe area where the enemy cannot attack, making it the primary defensive strategy. The red zone, conversely, indicates the direction of dangerous special attacks. The content emphasizes that understanding the radar and maintaining good positioning is key to survival and victory, as enemies also follow a similar action system tied to their own gauges and your relative position. Panzer Dragoon Saga's battle system emphasizes positioning and exploiting enemy weaknesses. The green zone on the battle radar signifies a safe area, while the red zone indicates vulnerabilities where attacks are most effective. Edge's gun attack excels at focusing fire on these weaknesses, often more efficient than the dragon's area of effect laser. Prioritizing dangerous enemies with gunfire is a key tactic. The dragon's homing laser hits multiple targets, while Edge's gun provides focused damage. The trial version features powerful berserk attacks, offering abilities like screen-clearing lasers, explosions, barriers, healing, and escapes. Enemy special attacks, especially those targeting the red zone, are dangerous. Entering the red zone without sufficient defense risks status changes like stun, which immobilizes the dragon but allows Edge to act. This page continues our look at Panzer Dragoon Saga, focusing on strategies gleaned from the trial version and a deep dive into the different dragon types. The trial version has helped clarify battle mechanics, especially positioning. The dragon's type select, previously restricted to 3 battle gauge segments, can now be performed with just 1 segment, offering more flexibility outside of battle. Positioning is crucial. Movement speed during battle varies by dragon type and affects how quickly your battle gauge fills. The page breaks down the 5 dragon types: Standard, Attack, Defense, Spirit, likely related to Berserk use, and Maneuver. Each type has different base stats, influencing attack, defense, spirit, and maneuverability. Maneuver-type dragons are highlighted as being the fastest movers, filling the battle gauge quickly and allowing for varied actions, although they lack defense. Attack types excel with standard attacks, while spirit types are strong with berserks. The early game advice, based on the trial version, leans towards prioritizing speed and attack power to defeat enemies quickly. An interview with the development staff discusses the immense volume of voice data in the game, suggesting a significant amount of dialogue, including lines for townspeople, adding to the game's immersion. Finally, there's a call to action for fans to get the trial version through the SEGA fan club/partners and submit their opinions on a Shazel, implying player feedback might influence development. This page unveils details about the upcoming sound novel, Machi, Unmei no Kusaten. The striking title emphasizes a returning member of the Foreign Legion. The main focus is on one of the game's protagonists, Takamine Ryuji, a 25-year-old former member of the French Foreign Legion. His bio details his background, motivations for joining the Legion, hobbies, reading and playing the tenor saxophone, and physical attributes. A major new game system, called the bookmark system, is highlighted. This allows players to mark points in the story and jump back to them later, which is crucial for navigating the branching narrative, where choices can lead to bad endings or cliffhangers. There are 14 available bookmarks in total, useful for tracking plot points involving the multiple protagonists and revisiting important scenes. The page also promotes a chance to get a trial version Kragadrom of Machi, with a giveaway for 100 readers. Basic game information is provided, confirming it's a Chunsoft title, a sound novel, planned for a late January release on 2 Kradroms at a price of 5,800 yen. The images show character portraits and screenshots depicting various scenes and interface elements like character names and times. This section of Machi, Unmei no Kusaten, focuses on Takamine Ryuji, a former Foreign Legion member, and his unexpected return to Japan. Having taken a 5-day leave, Ryuji finds himself aimlessly wandering Shibuya, questioning his reasons for returning after 3 years. The story progresses through key moments in Ryuji's day. He starts at the Shibuya Scramble Crossing, then rests and dreams in a park. Later, he encounters Mikami Sankichi at a bar. The narrative culminates in a street brawl, showcasing Ryuji's combat skills. He fights with street thugs, reflecting on his past. During the fight, he encounters Patrick Dundee, whose disguise is seen through, and Kei Uma. The events highlight Ryuji's internal conflict and the lingering effects of his past life. This page continues the deep dive into Ryuji's storyline in the visual novel Machi, Unmei no Kusaten. It reveals his past mercenary nickname, Rouge, referencing his proficiency and enjoyment in battle. The narrative covers specific moments in his return, starting with encounters in Shibuya on the first evening, where his interactions with homeless characters stand out as unusual for his reserved nature. The page then details his dramatic family reunion on the second day. We meet his sister Aya, his stern father Atsushi, and his mother Kasumi, characters crucial to the unfolding plot. The tense reunion culminates in a confrontation with his father, leading to Ryuji leaving home once again. The recurring character, Ahomushi, is also highlighted as making an appearance in Ryuji's path. The section concludes with commentary from scenario director Masaki Kiori, who explains his focus on themes of alienation and self-discovery during Ryuji's 5 days, and how subjective camera work was used to express Ryuji's feelings. This page features Sega Touring Car Championship Saturn Edition. The main focus is an interview or commentary from Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who was the producer of the arcade version of the game. The page highlights the upcoming Saturn release, scheduled for November 27th, mentioning a price of 5,800 yen, support for 2-player simultaneous play, multi-controller compatibility, and racing wheel support. It's also recommended for all ages. The completion status is proudly displayed at 100%, indicating the game is ready for release. The text discusses how the Saturn version, sometimes referred to as version 1.5, incorporates features unique to home consoles, while retaining the speed and battle feeling of the arcade original, which was developed with those two elements at the forefront. Mizuguchi shares his perspective on how the Saturn port turned out. The page includes the large SEGA Touring Car Championship Saturn Edition logo, a dynamic portrait of Tetsuya Mizuguchi, and a screenshot showing gameplay with the time remaining, lap time, and speed display. This page continues the discussion about the SEGA Saturn version of SEGA Touring Car Championship, featuring further commentary from Tetsuya Mizuguchi. He elaborates on the challenges of replicating the analog steering feel of the arcade game using a standard pad, calling it the most difficult aspect. He also talks about the differing environments of arcades and home consoles, and the need to create something new, unique to the Saturn version beyond just performance. Mizuguchi highlights the concept of networking features, specifically mentioning the idea of a global ranking system using the internet. He discusses the potential of remote battles, but expresses personal reservations, feeling that face-to-face competition next to another player in an arcade is the most exciting way to compete. He ponders if other communication methods could offer a different kind of enjoyable experience beyond traditional remote versus play. The page includes screenshots showing the game's interface, including a record screen displaying top times and passwords for both the arcade and Saturn versions, a password input screen, and further gameplay footage. The focus remains on adapting the arcade experience for the home console while adding unique elements. This page continues the conversation with Tetsuya Mizuguchi about the Saturn version of SEGA Touring Car Championship. He details the planned internet ranking system. Players achieving certain results earn a password, which they can then submit online via a dedicated website to enter a global score ranking. Mizuguchi expresses his preference for this worldwide competition over standard national tournaments, emphasizing that motorsports are inherently global. He addresses how players without internet access can participate, suggesting friends' homes, schools, or internet cafes. He views the rankings as a form of indirect communication, allowing players to see how they compare to others globally. He also touches on the potential for familial communication, like a parent helping a child submit a high score. Mizuguchi clarifies he is not against services like Xband, acknowledging their value for those unable to visit arcades. The page includes various screenshots showcasing the game's interface, such as key configuration settings, the brick wall town track map, final race results, and multiple gameplay camera perspectives, including driver view and chase views from different angles. This page continues the interview with Tetsuya Mizuguchi regarding SEGA Touring Car Championship. He discusses the broader potential of games, suggesting they can integrate with various media and events, such as online rankings and tournaments stemming from the game itself. He sees these as necessary challenges for the future of gaming. The conversation shifts to his personal impressions of the game's current state. Surprisingly, he admits he was not good at SEGA Rally Championship on the Saturn, but he finds he can drive well in SEGA Touring Car Championship, attributing it to the difference in driving styles between rally and touring cars. He feels SEGA Touring Car Championship captures a great sense of speed and tension, describing it as a game with soul. The page also showcases some of the game's features on the Saturn side, including the extensive options menu, where players can adjust difficulty, sound, and key configurations. It highlights the time attack mode with a ghost car feature, allowing players to race against a replay of their best lap over 5 laps to try and beat their record. Finally, Mizuguchi assures players that the team is working diligently on the game to meet expectations, especially given the strong staff involved, and he is personally very excited about it. The large text at the bottom emphasizes the ongoing challenge of pushing the boundaries of what comes from games. This page introduces the simulation RPG Ronde, a title from Atlas set in a demon-infested near-future Tokyo. Scheduled for an October 30th release, this Shin Megami Tensei spin-off is presented as a deep tactical game, where survival hinges on understanding its mechanics. The article dives into key gameplay elements. Combat involves significant tactical considerations, notably the impact of elevation differences on attack success and type effectiveness. It explains that certain weapon types, like thrust attacks, gain advantages when used from lower ground against enemies on higher terrain. A staple of the Megami Tensei series, befriending and using demon units is possible, though the article notes they become truly effective later in the game. The progression system involves gaining experience points through combat, affecting both character level and rank, emphasizing the need to strategically focus on certain units due to limited experience distribution. Screenshots show the 3D isometric battlefields, where characters and demons engage in turn-based combat. Character status screens display HP, level, and other stats. A map legend explains the visual cues for allies, enemies, treasures, bases, and how varying shades indicate elevation. The overall presentation highlights Ronde as a complex tactical experience, requiring players to master its systems to overcome the demonic threat. The page outlines strategies for the first two stages of the strategy RPG, Ronde. Stage 1, at the National Museum, introduces the game's premise with a demon attack. The strategy emphasizes early character development, cautioning against strong enemies like Kujin and Blue Man. Demons like Soul Baby and Imp are easily defeated, while Kujin and Blue Man pose a greater threat. Stage 4, in Yoyogi Park, focuses on finding clues and features the introduction of Charlie, who joins on turn 3. The strategy involves interacting with Charlie and securing items while battling enemy groups. Recommended demons to recruit are Pixie and Brownie, valued for their skills. The page concludes with a discussion of the demon negotiation system, crucial for recruiting demons. Charlie facilitates the contracting of specific demons, negotiating with Pixie and Brownie, yielding skills like the healing magic Daya, is detailed. Ronde's Stage 3, Neo Ghost City, has the heroes battling Azazel's forces in a museum. The map is divided into combat zones A, B, and C. Players should split their forces to engage groups A, Brownies, Pixies, and B, Blue Men, simultaneously, then regroup to heal before facing Azazel, a powerful Sky-type boss, and Ankarok. Treasures include a power ring and soft mail. Stage 4, Shinjuku, involves investigating a device and meeting Muhammad. Narrow passages and status ailment-inflicting enemies like Mad Riders and Road Warriors necessitate careful positioning, with Rika joining the party. Treasures include topazes and crowns. Enemy profiles are provided, along with recruitment tips for certain monsters, and a warning to pay attention to enemy equipment, as it greatly affects their strength, especially in stages 4 and 5. Stage 5, Hypothetical Space Sheol, has players exploring a network city and seeking clues. Players meet Willie and Maria, level 5 allies. The map is divided into sections A, D with marked points and treasures. Gameplay emphasizes splitting forces initially, converging on the center to meet allies. Prioritize single-target attacks, especially against media. Section B requires navigating narrow passages, and Section C highlights the threat of enemy spells. The boss, Mastema, boasts high attack power, so heal before engaging and aim for a quick defeat. Post-Stage 5 introduces the Remix Station, unlocking demon fusion and item creation, sealing. Players can combine demons and items to create new ones. Negotiation with demons is critical for successful remixing. This stage combines tactical combat with essential endgame mechanics. This page gives us a closer look at Sonic SAR, the second game in the Project Sonic series for the Sega Saturn, presented as an exhilarating action racer. The game is nearing completion for a year-end release. The story kicks off after Sonic and Tails' previous encounters with Dr. Eggman. They spot a commercial for a World Grand Prix race, and Sonic is initially uninterested until they see Drive Eggman on the participant list. This worldwide race announcement also reaches rivals like Knuckles and Amy, and it's hinted that the race is another one of Dr. Eggman's schemes. The article highlights several key features. New courses are revealed, including a mysterious island modified by Dr. Eggman. A new minimap feature is added to the bottom right of the screen, showing your position and distance to opponents, and even indicating shortcuts, although the best route might depend on the character you choose. Directional signposts have been placed on the tracks, clearly showing the way forward. The game also emphasizes collecting rings, hinting at secrets, and possible returning items from games like Sonic the Hedgehog 3, hidden within the courses. Screenshots show Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy racing across vibrant, varied tracks, showcasing the game's visual style and gameplay elements. This page dives into the specifics of Course 1, Resort Island, in Sonic SAR, detailing its features and offering strategy tips, particularly how different characters can tackle the track. Resort Island is described as a natural southern island course featuring cliffs and ruins, with straightforward shortcuts. Key points on the course are highlighted, including a port town area after a tunnel, where players choose between the town or a valley path, leading to a hairpin turn. Another early branching point involves a cliff jump. Sonic's double jump allows him to leap over it for a shortcut. The track also features a choice of 3 routes just before the final loop: an inner valley, a middle path, and an outer banked corner, each offering different challenges and potential speeds. The page also provides a character-specific guide, explaining how each racer's unique abilities impact gameplay on the course. Sonic's speed and double jump are key for shortcuts, while Tails flying, Knuckles gliding, Amy's water-running car, and Dr. Eggman's bomb attacks offer distinct ways to navigate the track and interact with rivals. Understanding these abilities is crucial for finding the best line through the multi-pathed courses. This page continues our deep dive into the courses of Sonic SAR, this time focusing on the vibrant Radical City. It's described as a neon-lit urban course with significant elevation changes, offering a thrilling ride. Key points highlighted include the exciting downhill start that feels like a jet coaster, encouraging players to accelerate hard. There's a strategic branching point after a rock tunnel, where you can choose a weaving elevated road or a lower street path, with the best route depending on your character's abilities. Another interesting spot is a large wall after a corner, posing the question of how to ascend it, perhaps using jump pads or specific character moves. A notable shortcut allows Drive Eggman to pass through a water section. The character strategy guide explains how each racer navigates Radical City's unique layout. Sonic excels by using the downhill slopes for speed, but needs to maintain tempo. Tails' flying ability is particularly useful for navigating the elevation changes and finding shortcuts. Knuckles finds this course advantageous for his gliding, allowing him to easily traverse from high points. Amy's car's water running is less useful here due to fewer water areas, making the one shortcut important. Dr. Eggman, like Amy, doesn't benefit greatly from water but can use his bombs to attack rivals. Finally, a message from the Sonic team introduces Sonic R as an action racing game featuring a diverse cast and promises multiple play modes, hinting at more information to come. Reactive Factory in Sonic SAR is Dr. Eggman's transformed secret base, a complex track emphasizing exploration with interconnected paths and hidden routes. Jump pads and banked corners, which require precise handling and ring following, are key features. The course's perimeter is the sea, presenting a time penalty hazard. Character strategies vary. Sonic needs to find optimal paths. Tails can fly, while Knuckles can glide. Amy's car benefits from its ability to run on water, and Dr. Eggman can use bombs strategically. The course rewards strategic play and skillful navigation. The game's completion is nearing, with more secrets promised in the next issue. This page features an in-depth look at the upcoming visual novel/adventure title, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World. The page includes prominent character artwork, showcasing a striking woman with dark hair and a dramatic side profile, alongside a smaller image of a blonde character. Text on the page introduces the game from the perspective of a free-spirited young man, hinting at themes of bonds and love and the power they hold. Developed by Elf, the game utilizes the innovative ADMS Auto-Diverge Multiple Story system, a key feature allowing for complex branching narratives. The report notes that development is in its final stages, with a special report indicating a 99% completion rate ahead of its December 4th release. Priced at 7,800 yen and spread across 3 crydroms, it's recommended for players aged 18 and over and supports the shuttle mouse peripheral. The article provides a summary of the game's concept and mentions that further details will be shared based on recent development screens. This page features an in-depth look at the opening movie and top menu system for the upcoming title, A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World. The article highlights the completion of the original opening movie, noting its significant increase in volume and the addition of many new cuts, including one focusing on the character Kana. The reviewer emphasizes that the cinematic presentation is far more dramatic than the PC version, serving as a grand introduction to the game's story and its mysteries. The top menu, described as the door to a grand story, is also complete. The page provides screenshots and explanations for each menu option, continuing from the last save, starting a new game, deleting save data, copying save data, viewing the branch map, adjusting environment settings, like text speed, sound, controller speed, mouse speed, and background, and finally, ending the game. The environment settings allow players to customize aspects of the game's presentation and control. The article advises saving before ending the game to preserve settings. Accompanying the text are captivating character artworks. One shows a young woman with bright, fiery hair bathed in a warm glow. Another depicts a character with long blonde hair lying down, arms crossed over her chest. These visuals, alongside the detailed menu breakdown, offer players a glimpse into the interface and atmosphere of Uno ahead of its release. This page delves deeper into the gameplay mechanics of Uno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world, focusing on the core icon-based interaction system. With the addition of a dig icon, the total number of action icons in the SEGA Saturn version is now 14. The page explains the purpose of several key icons, including look, investigate for examining the environment and objects, talk for conversations, hit/punch for interacting forcefully with objects or people, push for switches, open for doors and containers, and take/grab for picking up items, or even, as explicitly shown in a scene, removing clothing. A notable addition for the Saturn version is the back scroll function, allowing players to review previous dialogue, a useful feature if you accidentally skip important text. The article highlights how using various items is crucial for progression, detailing that items can be received from characters, found using the look icon, or obtained through other means. Using an item involves selecting it from your inventory and then indicating where you want to use it on the screen. Some items are consumed upon use, while others may need to be returned, requiring players to remember where they were acquired if lost. The inclusion of these detailed gameplay explanations and the Saturn exclusive feature underscores the enhanced experience offered by this version of the game. This page focuses on navigating the parallel worlds of Uno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world efficiently using the reflector device. A key function highlighted is the jewel save and load feature. By using a jewel to save your current location and time, you can instantly return to that point later by loading the save marker. This allows for quick travel between different points in the parallel worlds, significantly impacting how you can progress through the game. The page also explains item branching, a type of story split where your decision to use a specific item or not at a certain point leads to different narrative paths. This can sometimes result in losing the item, forcing you to make careful choices. It strongly recommends using the jewel save feature before encountering these item branching points. An example shown is a scenario involving a blue card, illustrating how choosing to use or not use it results in reaching different locations and outcomes. Additionally, several action icons are detailed. Beyond standard actions, the Saturn version adds a dig icon for new events. More intriguingly, icons like touch/trace are described for examining objects and potentially triggering suggestive events. Rub, massage, knead, bite, lick, and kiss are presented as icons related to intimate interactions, reflecting the game's mature themes and allowing players to engage in romantic or sexual actions with characters. Other icons like think, explore, and move are also mentioned as standard interaction methods. The next page dives into the SEGA Saturn version of Atelier Marie, the Alchemist of Salzburg. It highlights a cool new feature exclusive to the Saturn utilizing the console's internal clock. Depending on the time of day you start the game, Marie will greet you with a corresponding message, like good morning or good evening. This adds a nice touch of personalization right from the start. Beyond daily greetings, the game also includes special messages triggered by specific dates. A screenshot shows a Christmas message from Marie on December 24th, adding seasonal flavor to the game, even noting that Salzburg doesn't actually celebrate Christmas. Basic game details are listed. It's a new sense RPG from Gust, priced at 5,800 yen and recommended for all ages, with a release date of December 11th. Development is apparently going strong, reported at 80% completion, promising plenty of Saturn-exclusive features and events alongside a system designed to welcome newcomers. Marie herself is featured prominently in the artwork, described playfully as someone who likes to stand out. Overall, the page suggests the Saturn port is shaping up well, with unique additions. This page introduces Salzburg, the setting of Atelier Marie. Players, as Marie, have 5 years to become a certified alchemist at the Royal Magic Academy. The game centers around item creation, management, and exploration of Salzburg's key locations. Marie's atelier serves as the player's base of operations for crafting items and managing the schedule. The weapon shop is where adventurers are hired. The flying ship port, a tavern, is a hub for gathering rumors, finding jobs, and hiring help. Finally, the Academy provides access to valuable resources, though Marie doesn't attend classes. These locations offer various interactions crucial to Marie's success in the game. This page dives into the core gameplay loop of Atelier Marie, the alchemist of Salzburg, explaining how Marie manages her shop and grows as an alchemist. It emphasizes that unlike typical RPGs, earning money isn't about fighting, but through alchemy and fulfilling requests. The request system is central. Players take jobs from the guild, succeeding to earn money and reputation. Screenshots show the interface for accepting these tasks, highlighting both success and failure scenarios like exceeding the deadline. Gaining item knowledge is crucial and happens in 3 stages, from knowing the name to knowing how to craft an item to having made it before. This knowledge is acquired through books, the Academy Library, and various events, contributing to a game goal of completing the item encyclopedia. The page also stresses the importance of maintaining a stockpile of frequently requested items to quickly fulfill jobs and earn cash. It shows an item inventory screen as an example. Finally, it details the various event types that add flavor to the game. Encounter events with characters, seasonal events like market days, and request events where acquaintances suddenly show up with jobs. These events are key to adding variety to daily life in Salzburg. This page breaks down the core systems of Atelier Marie, the alchemist of Salzburg, covering item acquisition, combat, and character progression. Items are obtained either by gathering in different locations outside the city or by crafting them through alchemy. Creating more advanced items requires multiple ingredients and often involves crafting intermediate items first, presenting a significant challenge, likened to Marie's final exam. While battles exist, the game's focus isn't solely on combat. The outside world is dangerous, especially early on for a weak alchemist like Marie. Players can hire adventurers to accompany her, whose stats and wages vary. In battle, Marie typically takes a support role, using items from the back row. Character level up in Atelier Marie is distinct. Experience isn't gained just through fighting. Characters level up naturally as days pass during exploration, and by successfully clearing gathering points and requests. Combat does provide experience, but the system emphasizes exploration and time management. Leveling increases character parameters like HP, MP, attack, and defense, which are vital for both survival and alchemy. The page also briefly touches upon challenging boss battles found in specific locations, unique character-driven events triggered by certain conditions, and points out a special event exclusive to the SEGA Saturn version, where a seemingly extinct Millennium Turtle is discovered in an unlikely freshwater location. This highlights the game's blend of RPG elements with its unique alchemy and life simulation aspects. This page features the SEGA Saturn adventure game, Kindaichi Case Files, Hoshimi Island, The Sorrowful Avenger. The artwork prominently displays Kindaichi Hajime, Miyuki Nanase, and other characters, hinting at the mystery and suspense of the series. The page highlights the game's intriguing premise. The player doesn't step into the shoes of the genius detective Kindaichi, but rather takes on the role of the culprit. The objective is to execute a perfect crime and outsmart Kindaichi's deductions, a unique twist on the typical detective game formula. Taglines emphasize the motivations of revenge and the pursuit of a perfect crime. According to the information provided, the game is published by Hudson and was scheduled for release on January 15, 1998, priced at 5,800 yen. It is categorized as an adventure game and recommended for all ages. At the time of this publication, the game was reported to be 80% complete. This title offers a fresh perspective on the popular mystery series, allowing players to experience the challenge from the other side of the crime. This page dives deeper into the gameplay systems of Kindaichi Case Files, Hoshimi Island, The Sorrowful Avenger, highlighting its unique approach where you play as the culprit aiming for the perfect crime. The core gameplay is described as an orthodox adventure, using command selection. However, your choices are critical, leading to over 50 different endings. This mode involves selecting actions or words to gather information and manipulate the situation. Complementing this is the real-time action mode, often used during key moments like committing the crime. Here, you directly control the character in real-time scenarios, adding urgency and requiring precise timing to pull off your plan undetected. An interesting feature is the phantom rank system. This ranks your performance as a culprit based on how seamlessly you executed the crime and avoided Kindaichi's deductions. Achieving a high rank is difficult, and the game even features past villains from the series appearing to give you advice if you fail, adding a cool fan service element. The page features screenshots showing the command selection interface, the real-time action view on a ship, and character portraits including Kindaichi, Miyuki, and the mysterious Phantom. It emphasizes the strategic depth required to outsmart the famous detective and achieve the ultimate goal: a flawless crime. This page introduces another Kindaichi Case Files title for the Sega Saturn, Kindaichi Case Files. Two Avengers Challenge the Brain. This game takes a unique approach by featuring two protagonists, Nao Katsuragi and Takuya Asagiri, each driven by a quest for revenge following a major scandal. The page details Nao's scenario: an idol whose manager, Yufu, dies under suspicious circumstances after a scandal erupts. Believing Yufu was murdered, Nao sets out to avenge her death and the destruction of her career. In the parallel scenario, Takuya Asagiri, Yufu's fiancé, investigates her death, which was ruled a suicide. Knowing Yufu had acrophobia, he suspects foul play and becomes determined to uncover the truth and punish the murderer. The game highlights that the two scenarios are intertwined, and playing both is necessary to fully grasp the complete picture of the events. Character profiles for Nao and Takuya are presented, along with series mainstays like Kindaichi, Miyuki, and Kenmochi, confirming their roles. Screenshots showcase dramatic moments from both Nao's and Takuya's paths, illustrating the game's visual novel style and the intense mystery at its core. This title offers a compelling dual perspective on a complex case of revenge and murder. This page dives deeper into the gameplay and setting of Kindaichi Case Files. Two Avengers Challenge the Brain. It highlights the core challenge: successfully achieving revenge as either Nao Katsuragi or Takuya, while skillfully avoiding detection by Kindaichi. The game is split into phases, starting with crucial information gathering before the luxury cruise ship departs for Hoshimi Island. Once on board, the player must navigate interactions and seek information, knowing their targets are also present. The dense environment of the ship makes covert actions risky, emphasizing the need for careful planning. The page details specific scenarios for both protagonists. Nakio's path involves navigating social situations and using her cover, while Takuya's allows him to leverage his position and potentially find key evidence. Ultimately, the biggest obstacle is Kindaichi himself. His keen deductive skills mean that simple tricks or impulsive actions will fail, requiring the player to craft a flawless plan regarding the location, timing, weapon, and alibi for their crime. The page features screenshots showing gameplay segments, character interactions, the ship, and a view of the island setting, along with profiles for supporting characters including Nao Katsuragi, Chi Takagi, Takashi Uyama, Masahiko Takemura, Tetsu Tatsumi, Tatsuya Takuya, Junko Okada, and Akiko Kyoto. The central question posed is whether the player can truly outsmart the legendary detective. This page offers a special look at Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Nightmare, a romance-adventure game recommended for ages 18 and over, scheduled for release in December by Jaleco for 5,800 yen. The focus here is exploring the game's setting, the town of Kamiyoshi, presented with detailed CG-rendered graphics. The article highlights key locations within the town. We see the luxurious church on a hill, home to characters like Cecil and Sister, depicted with an exterior view, and an interior screenshot showing light streaming in. The protagonist's slightly worn but seemingly comfortable apartment is shown with a pixel character sprite and an interior view. The familiar game center, You and Me, where Tsuchipai and Miyosaki Kyuko work, is featured with a character sprite and an exterior CG rendering showing arcade machines and even a bicycle outside. Finally, Tsuchiyuki's house is profiled, appearing somewhat isolated but near the school, and You and Me. A character sprite for Yuki is included, and the description mentions Hagi Sazana lives there as a maid, and Raika's house is nearby. The screenshots provide a glimpse into the game's detailed visual style, and the variety of environments players will explore. The next page continues exploring the town of Kamiyoshi from Tsuchipai Adventure, Doki Doki Nightmare, detailing various key locations. We are shown the luxurious Katagiri residence, home to Shio, notable for its size and stylish balcony. Next is Kotori Ninomiya's ordinary-looking house, where a significant encounter apparently takes place. The large modern hospital is where the popular Miyuri is currently hospitalized, with the text expressing concern about her condition. The Defense Force base, connected to Tsukasa Ichimonji, is highlighted as a place for those interested in manly types. We also see Alice Shinohara's entertainment production office, located near the game center, suggesting it's a place where the player might frequently encounter her. Finally, the infamous Ann Pie's shop run by May is featured, known for its new pie flavors that have seemingly caused problems. Each location is presented with a character sprite and a detailed CG rendering, linked together by a large overhead map showing the layout of the town. This page dives into the fighting game Savaki, highlighting its focus on realistic and flowing martial arts movements. The large headline invites readers to witness the beautiful motion captured in the game. A special report box notes that Savaki is a fighting game available for 5,400 yen, recommended for all ages. The main text emphasizes that this game pursues stand-up fighting like never before, reproducing the distinct characteristics of various striking martial arts styles through polygon characters. The reviewer is excited about checking out the game's realistic techniques and offensive/defensive actions. The article explains that players choose one of 7 martial artists and defeat opponents. The dynamic, flowing movements of the characters and the sheer number of martial arts techniques are particularly noteworthy. Screenshots illustrate the action, showing characters performing moves from Taekwondo and karate. Detailed descriptions accompany the images, such as a Taekwondo character executing a spinning back kick and a karate fighter using a thrust-based combination. Below, the page introduces the 7 martial artists challenging players. Each represents a distinct style with unique characteristics. The styles featured are Jeet Kune Do, traditional karate, boxing, Muay Thai, free fight, Taekwondo, and karate. The text briefly describes each style, noting, for example, that Jeet Kune Do focuses on stopping the opponent's actions, Taekwondo is known for leg techniques, and Muay Thai excels in powerful stand-up striking. The page presents portraits of these fighters, inviting players to learn about their unique fighting styles before stepping into the ring. This page delves deeper into the techniques and mechanics of Savaki, building upon the introduction of its realistic martial arts focus. The headline teases spectacular moves, specifically highlighting an unprecedented flying spinning back kick. The article emphasizes mastering technique combinations to overcome opponents, showcasing a detailed step-by-step breakdown of a complex combo sequence using multiple screenshots. This demonstrates the depth of the game's combat system and the variety of moves available to players. Furthermore, the page introduces Savaki's signature feature, the Sabaki system. Described as the game's greatest characteristic, Sabaki allows players to deflect or parry incoming attacks with precise timing, disrupting the opponent's balance and creating significant openings for counterattacks. The text explains that this system is crucial for defense and offense, effectively nullifying the opponent's moves and turning the tide of the fight. A series of screenshots visually illustrates the Sabaki in action, showing how it can be used to evade a high kick and leave the opponent vulnerable. This system is highlighted as a key element that sets Savaki apart. This page dives into the core mechanics of Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, focusing on the unique demon-related systems that are a hallmark of the Shin Megami Tensei series. The game, an RPG from Atlas priced at 6,800 yen for a 2 Candelas set, is scheduled for release on November 13th and is recommended for all ages. The article highlights Sword Fusion, a system adopted from earlier games, where demons are fused with a special sword to create new, stronger weapons. The details on added effects are still unclear, but the necessity of a specific sword called the Nameless Sword is mentioned, along with a character named Muramasa, seemingly involved in this process. Also detailed is Demon Transformation. This system allows demons, particularly those with maximum loyalty, to transform into useful items. Unlike previous titles where this resulted in equipment, Soul Hackers features item transformation. An example is given of Jack Frost transforming into strange boots, which grant beneficial effects like increasing demon loyalty and ensuring successful demon recruitment during conversations. The page emphasizes the importance of demon loyalty in this system. Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers features unique gameplay systems. The Katak, a special demon, is created through fusion and is exceptionally loyal, though its stats weaken during the new moon phase. Its loyalty is displayed via a gauge and can be reset through fusion. Demon loyalty is now assessed in 5 stages, earned through shared battles and gifts. The demon nature system further influences demon behavior. Different natures, like ferocious, friendly, cunning, calm, dull, and open-minded, dictate preferred actions and gift types. Finally, Demon alignment, utilizing the law, neutral, and chaos system, influences demon recruitment based on compatibility with the party's overall alignment. Recruitment is challenging if the demon's alignment is too far removed. This page is a feature highlighting Zap, snowboarding for the Sega Saturn, promising high quality and high grade snowboarding action. The game offers a variety of modes including challenging downhill races, trick-focused half-pipe competitions, and massive straight jumps for pulling off huge aerial maneuvers. Scheduled for a December 1997 release at 5,800 yen, it supports two-player versus play and is recommended for all ages, making it a great party game option. The article notes this version is a significant upgrade from a previous Saturn release, featuring matured gameplay and depth. It emphasizes the variety of game modes and features, like character growth and ability customization. Developed by the familiar team at Credit, the game aims to satisfy players looking for realistic yet cool snowboarding thrills, ensuring plenty of fun whether you're a seasoned boarder or new to the sport. This page continues the feature on Zap, snowboarding, highlighting it as the definitive snowboarding game. It emphasizes the exciting versus mode, with split screen for two players to race head-to-head. The game boasts a massive variety of cool tricks, allowing players to combine basic moves into over 50 different variations with simple controls. The page also proudly states that the game's coolness factor, from course design to board selection, was thoroughly pursued under the supervision of Japan's top professional snowboarders. It introduces two pros, Hayato Maruyama, known as Bubbles, a pro snowboarder known from games, and Katsuo Misawa, a credit producer who appears in snowboarding shows and videos. Screenshots showcase different trick names, like Indie, Mute, Front Flip, and F/S 3D Air, demonstrating the visual flair and variety of moves possible, including cool spins and 3D tricks. Overall, the article portrays Zap, snowboarding as a game focused on delivering a realistic yet flashy snowboarding experience, with deep trick mechanics and expert guidance. This page introduces Konami's popular Jikyu soccer series, making its debut on the Sega Saturn with Jikyu J-League Hanu no Striker. Familiar to fans of the Power Pro Baseball series, this soccer title brings elements like original team creation and a robust training mode. It also features a simple action button system, allowing players to easily pull off flashy moves. The immersive atmosphere is enhanced by the live commentary from well-known announcers John Kabira and Yasutaro Matsuki. The article places this game within the history of Konami's soccer simulations, noting how the series began with Jikyu World Soccer Perfect 11 on the Super Famicom (SNES), and evolved on PlayStation and N64. This Saturn entry is highlighted as an original series title, bringing the latest J-League data and unique features specific to the platform, generating high expectations among soccer fans, especially given the positive reception of the N64 Perfect Striker title. The game is listed with a price of 5,800 yen, supports two-player versus play, and is recommended for all ages, though the release date is TBD. Screenshots showcase the gameplay view, player models, and the user interface, while artwork depicts players and one of the commentators. This page dives deeper into the modes and systems of Jikyu J-League Hanu no Striker. It highlights the 7 available game modes, with a strong focus on the Customize mode, which allows players to create their own teams and players, setting team names and details. Other modes covered include Exhibition for a single match, J-League for the full league experience, Tournament for cup competitions, PK match for penalty shootouts, All-Star featuring domestic versus foreign players, and Training for practicing skills. The Formation section details the extensive options for setting up your team, allowing players to choose formations, adjust individual player positions, and define attacking roles. While detailed, it notes beginners can stick to default settings. The game includes all 17 J-League clubs, including Vissel Kobe, and allows the use of custom-created teams. Tactics offers 2 offensive and 2 defensive strategies that can be switched during gameplay. Player stats are displayed with attributes like speed, stamina, dribble, kick power, and others, designed to reflect individual player characteristics. Match results are presented through a simulated network news feature. Finally, there's an emergency column, offering commentary on the state of the Japanese national team, discussing a recent draw, and speculating on coaching and player issues. The page features several screenshots showing the team selection, formation editing, customization menus, and a match results screen. This page delves into the fundamental gameplay mechanics of JIKUJ, League Hanu no Striker, highlighting the key differences between defensive and offensive controls. It emphasizes that the control scheme switches depending on whether your team possesses the ball, requiring players to adapt their mindset constantly. Even operating the goalkeeper has unique controls. Basic movements are primarily handled by 3 buttons, but the core of the game's dynamic lies in the action button, designated as the X button. This button is crucial for executing flashy, context-sensitive techniques easily, without complex button combinations. For instance, pressing it while dribbling can result in a feint, while pressing it twice performs a heel lift. The page showcases examples like the heel lift, with players like Tsuneyasu Miyamoto and Yoshiyuki Hasegawa, and a powerful volley shoot illustrated by Kenta Hasegawa. Furthermore, the action button facilitates impressive combination plays between teammates, such as the dynamic move depicted with Yoshiyuki Hasegawa and a Giot goal graphic. The reviewer suggests that mastering these techniques through the action button is key to achieving victory, praising the system for making advanced maneuvers accessible and adding strategic depth to both defense and offense. Screenshots throughout the page visually demonstrate these actions and player names on the field. This page shifts gears entirely to a special feature from Autumn '97, focusing on the path to becoming a game creator. The main theme is, Let's Become Game Creators, highlighting various schools dedicated to teaching game development skills. The page showcases a diverse set of game screenshots, likely examples of student projects or technical demonstrations from the era. We see a 3D vehicle or mech combat scene, a 2D anime-style card or puzzle game featuring unique character designs, an early 3D character model in a landscape, and a dual shot of a 3D first-person dungeon crawler alongside a top-down bullet hell shooter interface. These examples demonstrate the range of genres and graphical styles being explored and taught at the time, reflecting the exciting possibilities of game development in the late 90s. The feature then lists several prominent Japanese game schools, including Amusement Media Academy, Human Academy, Kyoto College of Technology and Arts, Vantan Computer Information Academy, Digital Creator College WOW, and Kyoto Computer Gakuen, presenting them as avenues for aspiring game developers. This page features a front profile spotlighting Toshihiro Nagoshi from Sega's AM Research and Development Department. The main image is a portrait of Mr. Nagoshi, alongside a classic screenshot from Daytona, USA, highlighting his work. The text details his career path, beginning with his graduation from Tokyo Zokei University and joining Sega in 1989. He discusses his early work under Yu Suzuki, contributing as a designer to titles like Glock, Air Battle, Virtua Racing, and Virtua Formula. He produced Daytona USA, and then served as the producer for the first title on the new Model 3 board, Scud Race. The interview section delves into his philosophy on game creation and what it takes to succeed. He talks about being drawn to the visual forefront, which at the time was cinema, leading him to Sega. He emphasizes the importance of making games that are cool and easy to understand. He also touches on the learning process, stating that experience is crucial and that newcomers can catch up quickly within months in the professional environment. His advice for aspiring creators is to pursue anything with interest and gain diverse experiences. He notes that the future of the creator profession is being shaped by their generation. This page features a front profile spotlight on Akira Nishitani, president of Eureka, offering advice to aspiring game creators. The layout includes the company name, a photo of Mr. Nishitani, his profile detailing his background at Capcom, working on titles like Final Fight and the Street Fighter II series, and a screenshot from Street Fighter X plus Alpha showing a fight between Kairi and a dragon character. The core message, highlighted prominently, is the necessity for creators to have a broad perspective and the ability to view their own work objectively. Nishitani discusses his path into the industry, emphasizing the importance of gaining diverse knowledge beyond just one specific role. He notes that a game planner's job involves everything from concept and specification to managing team coordination. He stresses that truly effective design and implementation in games require skills beyond just creating assets, highlighting the difference between modeling/animation and integrating them effectively into gameplay. He advises looking at the world including things like commercials and movies, with a critical eye to understand how to capture attention quickly. Ultimately, he suggests that aspiring creators must be self-driven to acquire the necessary broad knowledge and objective viewpoint required in the professional world. This page discusses the collaborative nature of creating games, emphasizing that it's not just the work of one genius creator, but the result of professionals working together. It introduces the flow of game production and the jobs involved. The process starts with the planner, who generates game ideas and develops the detailed specifications and plans. This role requires comprehensive knowledge of all aspects of game production, not just creative ideas, and forms the essential foundation of the game. Following this is the scenario writer, who takes the planner's ideas and crafts the story. The page notes the increasing importance of scenarios in genres like adventure and RPGs, as well as newer formats like game novels and game movies, highlighting how a strong scenario can significantly impact the game's success by making the story and characters engaging. Finally, the designer role is described as overseeing the overall structure and balance of the game, much like a director. They are responsible for assembling the game according to the planner's vision, integrating elements created by other staff like programmers and graphic artists. This job demands a deep understanding of games and the ability to build a wide network. The page makes it clear that successful game creation is a complex, multifaceted effort, requiring diverse expertise and collaboration. Following game planning and design, several professional roles are crucial. Programmers translate game plans into code, requiring coding expertise, mathematical knowledge, and communication skills. Debuggers then test the game for bugs, demanding patience and thoroughness. Graphics artists create game visuals, adapting to 2D and 3D animation techniques and evolving software. Finally, sound designers compose music and sound effects to enhance the game's atmosphere. These roles, represented by illustrations, vacuum for debugging, paintbrush for graphics, musical note for sound, collectively contribute to the game's completion. This page features the Amusement Media Comprehensive Academy, highlighting its focus on training creators for the entertainment industry. Their core philosophy is centered on entertainment and practical field-based learning led by active professionals. They boast a strong network with industry sites to support students' creativity. A key event is the student work presentation held just 6 months after enrollment, where teams freely choose themes and create projects. The page also announces the opening of their Osaka campus in April 1998, detailing the new facilities and the departments offered there, including game creator, CG anime creator, voice actor talent, comic, and novelist/writer courses. Information for the Osaka campus opening preparation office is also provided. Amusement Media Comprehensive Academy's page highlights its educational approach, showcasing the school building, classroom settings, and student game projects. The curriculum starts with foundational subjects before specialization, culminating in a 6-month joint production presentation to assess aptitude and career goals. Students create projects like the adventure game, Fairy Village, gaining hands-on experience despite technical challenges. The Academy emphasizes practical learning through workshops led by industry professionals and provides extensive career guidance, including portfolio building and interview preparation. Courses are offered in game creation, programming, graphic design, scenario writing, CG anime, multimedia, voice acting, comics, and novel writing at the Tokyo and Osaka campuses. The page concludes with information session and trial entrance day dates, open applications for the 98 academic year, and a map to the Tokyo campus. This page features the Human Academy, a comprehensive school dedicated to fostering the next generation of game creators across multiple locations in Japan, including Tokyo, Osaka, and Fukuoka. The Academy emphasizes a curriculum deeply synchronized with the game industry, offering extensive training in everything from game planning and scenario writing to character design, sound, programming, and even the business aspects of game production. They also provide practical workshops and special classes, including evening courses for those who need flexibility. The page highlights student experiences, with one student mentioning using Softimage 3D, the same software utilized in the film Princess Mononoke, to learn 3D modeling, achieving proficiency rapidly. Another student praised the teachers for their supportive, senior-like approach, making consultation easy. A significant feature is the planning audition, an event where students present their game ideas directly to interested game development companies, potentially leading to professional contracts and debut opportunities. The Academy aims to provide a fulfilling school life while equipping students with cutting-edge skills and industry connections for a career in the expanding game industry. This page continues exploring the Human Academy, showcasing how they prepare students for the game industry. Visually, we see the Academy building, a computer setup, and examples of student 3D work, including a slick car alongside a dynamic creature and a detailed robot model. These renders look sharp and demonstrate the caliber of skills being taught. The text highlights the Academy's strong focus on job placement, emphasizing the art and design concours, and exhibiting student work at major events like the Tokyo Game Show, which garners significant attention from companies. They focus on developing both technical skills and crucial teamwork abilities. We hear from students like Takashi Kawamura, who found inspiration for game ideas even from everyday things like train ads, enjoying the collaborative, unique classes. Masaki Takahashi emphasizes the importance of color sense in character design, noting his success in obtaining qualifications like the Color Coordinator certification, alongside practical skill development. The information section provides an overview of the various courses offered, such as Game Creator, CG Creator, and Game Software Development, available across multiple cities in Japan like Tokyo, Osaka, and Fukuoka. It also lists contact information for each location and dates for upcoming school briefing sessions, indicating that application forms for the 98 academic year are currently available. It's clear the Academy is dedicated to equipping students with industry-relevant skills and connecting them directly with potential employers. This page continues highlighting the Kyoto College of Technology and Art, focusing specifically on its game and amusement department. The school's core philosophy is to nurture game creators while valuing their individual talents, aiming to produce professionals who meet the needs of the industry. The visuals include a photo of the school building, students working diligently at computers, and illustrative artwork featuring a vibrant anime-style character, showcasing the creative output. The text emphasizes a free environment centered around hands-on game production, ensuring students gain practical experience from the start. They describe how the school brings in leading industry figures to support dynamic events and contests, providing students with valuable opportunities to polish their creativity and practical skills through direct interaction. Student testimonials reflect positive experiences, noting how the fun, practical classes make even complex topics accessible to beginners and help them discover their true passion within the broad field of amusement. The information section outlines the various courses offered, including multimedia, game/amusement, CG, sound, and information technology-related fields. It also provides details for upcoming school visits and admissions consultations, confirming that application forms for the 98 academic year are currently being accepted. A map helps potential students find the school located near Ueno Station, indicating the college's commitment to equipping students with relevant skills and industry connections. This page features the Vantan Institute of Cyber Information, highlighting their cutting-edge approach to training digital media creators, positioning themselves as leaders in the field. The focus is squarely on hands-on game production, emphasizing that classes aren't just theoretical exercises, but practical training aimed at making students actual creators ready for the industry. Vantan boasts strong connections within the game world, with active professionals teaching students the latest know-how. They note that this connection is invaluable, with some graduates even starting their own game companies right after finishing. The ultimate goal of their practical training is to see student-produced games commercialized, with teachers encouraging students to take initiative and tackle challenges themselves. Screenshots show a puzzle game called Bocata Psychedelic, a project currently in development by students. A student leader on the Bocata Psychedelic team shares his experience, noting how the practical classes taught him the true scope of game production beyond just planning. A lecturer also stresses the importance of flexible thinking and a proactive attitude for success in the game industry, encouraging students to actively leverage their learning opportunities. The information section details various courses offered, covering game design, programming, graphics, sound, and digital media production. It also lists a significant number of companies where graduates have found employment, showcasing the school's success in placing students in the industry. The next page features the Digital Creator College WOW! Presenting itself as a stepping stone for aspiring creators, from beginners to advanced students. It emphasizes training real digital creators through practical classes, a 24-hour machine environment, and robust job support. The college offers structured learning with pro courses for foundational skills, preparing students for roles like CAG or game creators, and master seminars for those ready for advanced practical application in specialized fields. The teaching staff includes professionals who use real-world projects and content in their lessons, ensuring relevant and current training. The standout feature is WOW's 6-month internship program, designed to make students job-ready immediately upon graduation. Through a partnership with Creek and River, a prominent multimedia agency, Students in the one-year course gain paid work experience at production sites. Graduates can even register with C&R for job placement support, offering a direct pathway into the industry. Beyond the Core instructors, WOW! Boasts a lineup of special lecturers from various fields, broadening students' perspectives beyond just games. They also mention an opening event for the Tokyo School, planned by marketing consultant Ryuji Nishikawa. Information on free trial seminars is available for those interested in learning more. This page features the Kyoto Computer Gakuin, Japan's first computer vocational school, announcing the establishment of a new game development department. The school emphasizes producing real game creators who combine traditional expertise with the latest technology, possessing advanced technical skills, a broad perspective, and sharp sensibility. The game industry is said to be highly anticipating the graduates from this program. KCG boasts a strong job support system, resulting in a nearly 100% employment rate, assuring students of the new department that their future employment is secure. The curriculum is highly practical, centered around case studies using actual game development tools and applying them to original works, even incorporating company source code for commercialization practice. An instructor highlights the industry's need for developers who can create truly interesting software, and states that the program aims to train individuals valuable across the computer business landscape, starting with games. Notably, the school features support from successful alumni already working in the game industry, such as a professor known for his work on Mario's Super Picross. The page includes images showing the school's modern building, students actively working on computers in a lab environment, and portraits of key instructors or alumni. It also briefly lists other courses offered, such as information science and network departments, and provides dates for upcoming school briefings, noting that applications for the 98 academic year are currently being accepted. This page features a humorous comic strip and accompanying text promoting requesting information from game development schools. The comic panels show characters discussing what it takes to be a game creator, humorously suggesting it requires physical strength, and depicting characters training vigorously with mining picks, swimming, and bench presses. This leads to them developing huge, thick fingers that render them completely unable to type on a computer keyboard, much to their dismay and tears. The joke contrasts physical labor with the actual skills needed for game creation. The main text expands on the feature from the previous page about game schools. It encourages readers who are interested in becoming game creators to promptly send for informational materials. The advice is to compare the information from various schools, carefully considering what they truly want to achieve, and to choose a school that aligns with their goals. Visiting school briefings or trial experiences is also recommended as a way to personally experience the school's atmosphere. The text emphasizes that choosing one's career path is a crucial, lifelong decision, and encourages readers to make that decision for themselves. An arrow points downwards, indicating that the request postcard itself is likely located below or on the following page. The message underscores that formal education is the proper path, not brute force. This page features the Reader Submission Corner, titled Letters Park, where readers aim to become the submission king. It presents a weekly submission bulletin board filled with letters from the magazine's audience. The submissions cover a variety of topics, including personal life observations, humorous anecdotes, and comments related to video games. Readers share thoughts on different console generations, referencing the SEGA Saturn, Mega Drive, and PlayStation. Notably, one submission celebrates the upcoming port of the popular RPG Marie's Atelier to the Saturn. Accompanying some of the letters are unique illustrations, adding visual flair and humor, such as a drawing related to great strategy or caricatures. This section provides a glimpse into the community's engagement with the magazine and the SEGA Saturn. This page is the Comic Plaza section, a reader submission area featuring manga-style comics. It includes various short strips from different readers. One submission, a love letter to a character named Tina, expresses deep affection and a promise to help her. Another strip features characters from Martian successor Nadesico, focusing on their interactions. There's also a multi-part comic titled Kenichi and Woody's First Story, which appears to be an original tale involving games and life experiences, noting it unexpectedly went from 5 to 6 episodes. Other entries include humorous observations about games like Resident Evil, referencing a scene from the movie Leon, and mentioning unusual gummy candies. There's also a section dedicated to the popular Tamagotchi craze, discussing the difficulty of finding them and their price, highlighting their popularity outside of traditional gaming. Overall, it's a light-hearted collection of reader thoughts and drawings. This page features a variety of reader-submitted content, showcasing the community's engagement with the magazine and gaming culture. The main focus is the "I hate things like this" corner, where readers share their pet peeves and annoyances related to games and everyday life. Submissions range from frustrations with game mechanics, like a game title changing or realizing a game was a different genre than expected after purchase, to general dislikes like having to lend money or having items borrowed and not returned. Other sections include reader experiences, such as visiting the Tokyo Joyopolis arcade and enjoying the atmosphere, and a corner for general submissions and thoughts. There's also a space dedicated to reader art, featuring an impressive illustration of a character who appears to be from the Darkstalkers series, labeled Vampire Savior, and other drawings submitted by readers for different sections, like one from the Miyazaki Prefecture showing a girl who became a game character. The page concludes with a call for submissions for various reader corners, encouraging the community to send in their art, confessions, shopping experiences, and more. It's a vibrant snapshot of the magazine's interaction with its readership. This page features the Pair Gallery, showcasing reader-submitted illustrations. This week's #1 spot goes to an illustration featuring characters from the Bomberman series. The submitter mentions they actually haven't played Bomberman yet, despite its popularity. Other illustrations include artwork for Atelier Marie, with the submitter appreciating Marie's wink, a detailed piece for Variable Geo, featuring characters and action poses, a contemplative drawing for Derby Stallion of a horse, and a striking illustration related to Darkstalkers, specifically Vampire Savior, with the artist mentioning the title changing. Further reader art features characters from Nights into Dreams, where the submitter expresses a desire to fly in the sky like knights, Super Robot Wars, showing a cool character design, the YS series, which the submitter has been a longtime fan of since playing on PC, Dead or Alive, with a dynamic pose, Saturn Bomberman Fight, a lively group drawing, a character possibly from Suikoden, who the submitter finds rarely drawn, and a unique pairing of characters Tsutayama and Dronbo from an unspecified game. The page also includes submission guidelines for the gallery, requiring illustrations in black ink on white paper. No color submissions currently. It details a points system for featured entries, with prizes like book vouchers and SEGA Saturn software. The submission address is provided in Tokyo. This page showcases official SEGA books related to the critically acclaimed Sakura Wars. Featured prominently is the Sakura Wars film book collection, which dives deep into the game's narrative by presenting scenes from the over 20 animated movies that contributed to its SESA Grand Prize win. It captures memorable moments, from initial sorties to dramatic special attacks, all in high-quality images from the game itself, offering a nostalgic look back at the action. This B5 size book is 144 pages and priced at 1,200 yen. Also advertised are other valuable Sakura Wars resources. The Imperial Combat Review secret file offers hidden details, while the original art and setting materials collection is a treasure trove for fans, featuring unpublished character designs, mechanical settings, staff interviews, and even includes a bonus poster and costume patterns. Finally, the Hanagumi Taisen Columns official guide provides a complete walkthrough and strategy guide for the puzzle spin-off, covering techniques and secrets for both newcomers and veterans. All these official books are published by SoftBank. This page presents a look at SEGA Enterprise's official information services and some festive prize items available at amusement centers as Christmas approaches. It encourages preparing for the holiday season by getting these SEGA prizes, suggesting you could gift them or even win them together at an arcade. Featured prizes include plush toys of characters from Revolutionary Girl Utenas, Christmas-themed Nights into Dreams, and various SEGA All-Stars, and Sesame Street room lights that project patterns. There are also keychain figures of Utena characters and Mobile Suit Gundam wing mechs, inflatable Barba Papa plush toys, and detailed metal figures from Sakura Wars. For the latest SEGA news, the page promotes the SEGA JoyJoy telephone service, offering weekly audio updates, and the SEGA Fax Club, providing information on game releases, arcade updates, and prizes via fax. It also briefly mentions the SEGA Video Magazine and Flash SEGA Saturn, likely video content showcasing games. Finally, it lists the official SEGA homepage and the Game Busters homepage for online information. This page features personal columns from individuals connected to SEGA and information about fan engagement. Tomoko Sasaki, a composer known for her work, details her experience performing live at a game show, including music from Burning Rangers. The SEGA Public Relations Diary section provides updates from different staff members. One shares anecdotes about attending sports events and falling ill. Another talks about trying a peculiar green juice. and a third recounts watching a movie filmed in their hometown. The page also reminds readers to apply for the SEGA Saturn official fan club, SEGA Partner, by October 31st to receive a trial version of a Jazel Panzer Dragoon RPG. Finally, there is a call for readers to submit postcards with comments and questions about the SEGA Saturn for a chance to win prizes, and announces a giveaway of the Software Flash SEGA Saturn Volume 21. This page features a serialized novel based on the critically acclaimed Shoot 'em Up, Radiant Silvergun, known in Japan as Tsukyu Gurentai, which is prominently displayed in large text. This is the tense 7th episode, titled Result Good, Process Difficult, where the hostage rescue operation finally begins. The story, written by Yuichi Ishida, with the original concept by Raising Aiding, delves into the world of the private defense force known as JDF. It follows the adventures of the unit's 3 pilots, Kaoru Yatsushidato, Ryota Wakita, and Rika Kunimura, along with the individuals surrounding them, weaving an intriguing science fiction drama. The summary of previous events details how the unit dealt with a black shark attack and uncovered a conspiracy related to a mysterious object or location called Yumi Hachiman, leading to a hostage crisis initiated by a corporate terrorist group. The page sets the stage for the current episode, highlighting the unit's mobilization to rescue the captives, suggesting the plot is escalating in intensity. This page delves further into the serialized Radiant Silvergun novel, continuing the tense hostage rescue operation from the previous episode. It outlines the detailed plan devised by Yasuda, focusing on a seemingly impossible infiltration via a food resupply ship due to the controlled airspace around the target, Shueitsu. Mikatsuki initially doubts the audacious plan, which relies on suppressing the terrorists with only a handful of people, but it proceeds. The text describes the technical challenges, including the potential for the target, the swallowing dragon, Donryu, to detect jamming attempts during the crucial internal suppression phase. To counter this, Jusei Heavy Industries developed a specialized weapon called NALS, designed to neutralize the swallowing dragon by deploying a directional high-voltage field. The narrative details the execution, which largely went smoothly until an unexpected event occurred during the final stages. The demand for the food supply, which was the infiltration vector, came 4 days after Shueitsu was occupied, and the NALS weapon was completed by Jusei technicians just 3 hours before delivery, highlighting the precarious timing. The page concludes with character profiles for key figures. Kaoru Yatsushidato, the capable leader of the Tsukyu Gurentai unit. Ryota Wakita, a skilled but rebellious pilot. Rika Kunimura, a returning member with a mysterious past and surgical enhancements. And Rokuro Miten, the powerful elderly chairman of Jusei Group. These profiles flesh out the main players in this gripping science fiction drama. This page continues the serialized Radiant Silvergun novel, depicting the tense infiltration mission. Mikatsuki activates the Shiden's booster, enduring extreme G-forces that rattle the ship but push them towards the objective. The narrative emphasizes the critical timing and the reliance on Yasuda's jamming to prevent detection by the massive swallowing dragon, the target of the mission. Mikatsuki's focus is sharp, correcting the ship's trajectory with precision verniers to align the target dead center on the monitor. A close-up on Takurimi's face on the monitor reflects the high tension of the situation, while Mikatsuki responds curtly, focused solely on the task. The mission progresses, with the swallowing dragon looming larger, raising the possibility that the disruptive internal suppression plan might actually succeed. The illustrations capture the intense action, showing the Shiden spacecraft boosting through space and close-ups of the determined characters piloting the ship. The artwork, credited to Tomote Kinoshita, adds a dramatic visual layer to the unfolding science fiction saga. The Radiant Silvergun novel continues with escalating action. The swallowing dragon is targeted by warheadless shells, severing its connection to a structure and allowing a mysterious, winged ship to appear. This new ship, identified as NALS by protagonist Mikatsuki, then attacks the dragon. Accompanying the story is Message from Raising, a column by Radiant Silvergun planner and programmer Yuichi Toyama. He discusses the Malcolm controller, lamenting the lack of analog controller support in shooting games on the SEGA Saturn despite the console's superior peripherals. Toyama cites titles like Thunder Force V and Soviet Strike, and advocates for wider adoption, revealing his personal desire for Geikiryu support of the Malcolm controller. This page showcases several comic and illustration anthologies based on popular video games from SoftBank. Featured prominently are multiple books related to the Toshinden fighting game series, including a Toshinden 4,DX volume and 2 standard anthologies, Toshinden and Toshinden 2. These books feature various artists contributing comics and illustrations based on the games. Also advertised is a Pokemon 4,DX anthology, celebrating the hit Game Boy phenomenon, with contributions from artists like Ken Sugimori, the game's art director, who provided the cover illustration. This book was a new release at the time, and features a large roster of contributing artists. Rounding out the collection are anthologies for other popular titles. Super Real Mahjong PV, focusing on the game's female characters. Power Instinct 2, Saikyo Densetsu, and Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Revenge, based on the well-loved arcade and console fighting game. Each anthology features a lineup of artists creating new content based on the respective games. The cover art for these books is also displayed, showing characters from Toshinden, Super Real Mahjong, Power Instinct 2, and Darkstalkers. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn title story of The Island of Seven Winds, highlighting character designs by the renowned artist Keita Amemiya. The central focus is a large, striking illustration of the character Jack, one of the Dead Tree Brothers. Amemiya provides commentary on the character creation process, noting that Jack and his partner Huck were initially conceived differently, but evolved due to production needs. He mentions the character was revived after being cut and was created quickly, with particular attention paid to movement details. Amemiya considers this one of his best character designs, highlighting the leaf on Jack's nose as a charming detail that makes him look like he's nodding. The accompanying text describes Jack and Huck as standing near a pyramid and cave, though their exact relationship is uncertain. Despite their appearance, they are described as having truly bad personalities, often cursing, laughing creepily, and striking arrogant poses. Their comments are noted as important hints in the game, delivered in a mocking tone. The page introduces these characters as part of the strange companions from the game, inviting readers to delve into Keita Amemiya's unique world. This page dives into the world of Grandia, specifically focusing on the final version and the changes made since the previously released demo. The article highlights how the developers incorporated user feedback from the demo into the final game, making significant improvements, particularly to the system. It introduces some helpful new features designed to make navigation easier in the game's expansive 3D environments. There's a town radar shown, which clearly displays your location, the layout of streets, and the positions of other characters, making it much easier to find your way around new towns. Additionally, a dungeon radar is mentioned, which helps guide you through potentially confusing dungeons. The page also delves into a key element of the game's lore, the Spirit Stone. Described as fundamental to the adventure, this stone is linked to contracts between humans and spirits, and is said to possess immense power capable of causing supernatural events. The text explores the nature of these stones and their significance within the game's narrative, showing screenshots with dialogue hinting at their importance and mysterious origins, including interaction with museum staff who seem skeptical but ultimately provide guidance. The visuals include character artwork for Justin and Sue, as well as various screenshots showing gameplay and map views. This page delivers exciting new information about the final version of Grandia, highlighting key improvements over the previously released demo based on user feedback. First off, monster encounters have evolved. Unlike the demo where enemies often appeared alone, the final version features monsters battling in parties, adding a new layer to combat strategy as you can now discern the enemy party's composition before engaging. Post-battle processing speed has seen a significant boost. The demo included character reactions and the "You win" text, which, while charming, slowed things down. The final game streamlines this for much faster transitions back to exploration, a direct result of player input. Navigation improvements are also detailed. When dashing, the camera angle in the demo zoomed in on the character, but the final version offers a pulled-back view. This wider perspective makes it much easier to see your surroundings, spot obstacles, and generally navigate the world more effectively. The page also touches upon a pivotal moment related to the Spirit Stone, previously mentioned as central to the lore. It describes an event in the Salt Ruins, where a mysterious light emanates from the stone, accompanied by the voice of Liette, hinting at its power and guiding role in the adventure. Finally, the page teases a special present campaign on the next page, while confirming the main Grandia article continues 2 pages later. This page serves as a vibrant visual showcase for Grandia, confirming its highly anticipated release. The page features the game's striking logo centered amidst a collage of screenshots, illustrating the expansive world and varied gameplay. The tagline, "An adventure that risks fate," teases the epic journey players will embark on. Crucially, the page announces the confirmed release date for Grandia as December 18th. The screenshots offer glimpses into diverse environments, from ancient ruins and bustling ports to mystical forests and fiery landscapes, hinting at the scale of the adventure. Key characters, including protagonist Justin, are shown exploring and engaging in combat. The page also credits important staff members, including the character designer Hitoshi Yoneda and world-setting designer Osamu Kobayashi, highlighting the talent behind the game's distinctive look and feel. Overall, this page acts as a powerful visual confirmation and hype builder, following discussions about the game's development progress. This page continues the excitement around Grandia's imminent release, declaring boldly, "Now it begins." Visually, it's a dynamic collage showcasing the game's vibrant environments, character models, and combat, reinforcing the scale and variety highlighted previously. The central focus is the announcement of a pre-order campaign running from October 25th to November 30th. Gamers who pre-order will receive a special music CD and a premium catalog. Furthermore, upon purchasing the game, they will be gifted a Fabric World map of Grandia. This campaign serves as a strong incentive following the confirmation of the December 18th release date, building anticipation and rewarding early commitment to this highly anticipated RPG from GameArts, and especially, the game is priced at 7,800 yen plus tax for the 2-disc set. Grandia's combat system features both magic and special techniques. Magic utilizes mana eggs to grant elemental attributes, enabling characters to learn single attribute spells and powerful composite spells. These spells can inflict status effects, heal, or attack areas, with stronger spells requiring longer casting times. Examples include Raiga, Thunder, Huey, Wind, and Picking, Blizzard. Special techniques consume SP, which recovers during battle, offering instant yet costly attacks. Fina's Paralysis Whip is highlighted for its long range and ability to paralyze enemies. Other examples include Pui's Paw Kick and Justin's Verslash. The strategic use of both magic and techniques is key to success in Grandia's combat. This page delves further into the world of Grandia, introducing several new characters that Justin and friends will encounter on their journey as they explore unfamiliar lands. Key characters featured are Gadwin, a formidable warrior with golden armor and impressive sword skills, Guido, a knowledgeable rabbit-like merchant, Milda, a powerful female fighter known for her strength, and Rap, a hot-blooded character from the village of Kafu. The page also expands on the combat system discussed previously, showcasing specific magic and special techniques. Fire magic. Vanflame is presented as a direct attack, highlighting elemental properties learned through leveling up, and mentioning its synergy with the water attribute Mana Egg, Munya, to induce sleep. Blizzard magic. Shakia is shown as a level 1 technique that damages enemies and can lower their speed. Fina's Paralysis Whip, briefly mentioned before, is featured with a screenshot, emphasizing its ability to paralyze a single target. These examples reinforce the depth and strategic options available in Grandia's combat. This page is an announcement for the Super Robot Wars Perfect Guidebook, published by SoftBank. It prominently features the game's title, Super Robot Taisen F, or Super Robot Wars F as known in the West, and a large illustration showcasing an array of iconic super robots and real robots from different anime series, including Mobile Suit Gundam, Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, and Neon Genesis Evangelion, rendered in the game's signature super deformed style. The guide is presented as the ultimate resource for mastering the game, covering detailed information on robots and pilots, data analysis, and comprehensive map strategies. Priced at 950 yen for 136 pages in a 5 format, it was scheduled for release on October 25th. The contents promise to delve deep into the game's systems, provide story flowcharts, tactical maps, unit/character data, and even reveal hidden information. It's pitched as an essential companion to help players conquer the peak of the Super Robot Wars series. This page is a strategy guide for Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2, Soaring in Space on the SEGA Saturn. Released by Bandai on September 25th for 6,800 yen, it's a shooting action game for one player. The focus is on advanced players who have already cleared the game and are looking for more depth than just finishing it. The article provides detailed data and information to help these players fully enjoy the later part of the game. A table lists common weapons for the Z Gundam and Hyaku Shiki, along with their attack power, such as the Vulcan, beam rifle, lock-on attack, and beam saber. It also includes weapons unique to the Z Gundam, like the Wave Rider form beam rifle and the Hyper Mega Launcher, detailing their power levels. The guide offers basic knowledge for achieving a full clear, highlighting 3 key points. Firstly, dashing provides complete invincibility, though there is a brief recovery period afterward. Secondly, the lock-on gauge does not recover while guarding. Lastly, players cannot charge up attacks while the lock-on gauge is being consumed. These tips are crucial for mastering combat and movement in the game. A screenshot shows Z Gundam and other mobile suits engaged in battle. This page delves into the technical aspects of your mobile suit's performance as you level up in Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2, Soaring in Space. Just like the previous game, gaining experience increases your level, leading to gradual improvements in stats like maximum energy, maximum armor, and the number of enemies you can lock onto simultaneously. A key feature is the ability to carry over your progress from the original game, allowing veterans to start at a higher level right away. The page includes detailed tables illustrating these level-up bonuses across various levels, showing the increases in energy, armor, lock-on capacity, and importantly, the recovery rates for both the armor and lock-on gauges. These recovery rates are tied to the percentage displayed on the stage clear screen. The tables provide examples, showing how many frames it takes to recover armor points or lock-on blocks depending on your charge rate. For instance, a higher charge rate means faster recovery. Finally, the guide discusses the Hyper Mega Launcher's charge speed. It explains that the charge time decreases as your level increases, correlating directly with the armor charge rate. Examples are given showing how many charge points are gained per unit of time based on the charge rate percentage. These points build up to a total of 255 for a full charge, highlighting how efficiency improves significantly at higher levels and charge rates. Understanding these mechanics is vital for optimizing your mobile suit's performance beyond simply completing the game. Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2, Soaring in Space features 17 support units, but their appearance depends on your level and the stage. To unlock specific allies, a low-level clear strategy is essential. Higher levels decrease the likelihood of support unit appearances. Players should focus on reaching and defeating the boss, while minimizing enemy kills to maintain a low level. Boss fight tips include prioritizing attack power and identifying openings. Enemies reappearing from the right side of the screen follow a predictable patterns. Safe zones exist near the bottom of the screen, when the boss is on the same horizontal line. The game's tables detail which support units are available on each stage and their level requirements, providing a guide for collecting all allies. This page continues the guide for achieving a low-level clear in Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2, Soaring in Space, a strategy crucial for unlocking various support units as mentioned previously. It provides essential data and advice for this challenging playthrough. Detailed tables list the attack power of various enemy weapons and their durability, covering key mobile suits encountered as bosses or significant threats in stages 1 through 4, including the Gaplant, Gadfly, Hambrabi, and Violant. Combat tips are offered, such as prioritizing one Gadfly when facing 2, or dealing with the Hambrabi's surprisingly powerful Sea Snake attack. The guide emphasizes using the High Mega Launcher effectively against the Violant, noting its predictable pattern. A key section introduces the concept of minimum experience value per stage, explaining how to calculate the experience gained and manage it to maintain a low level. A critical warning highlights that enemies defeated by support units also contribute to the player's experience points, making careful planning and potentially avoiding stages with certain support units necessary for successful low-level completion. This page continues the in-depth guide for achieving a challenging low-level clear run in Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2, Soaring in Space, covering stages 5 through 7. The guide provides critical data, including attack power and durability for key boss mobile suits. Stage 5 pits you against the Ashimar, described as remarkably easy, followed by the Violant, which requires careful observation of its attack patterns to defeat efficiently. Stage 6 features the Masala, noted to be surprisingly less threatening than its appearance in the previous game, with exploitable weaknesses, despite decent attack and durability. Stage 7 introduces the formidable Quably. The guide emphasizes that its funnels pose the primary obstacle for a low-level playthrough. However, a strategic tip for standard play suggests leaving one funnel intact to make the fight easier, as destroying all funnels leads to more being deployed. The Quably's own attacks are noted as simple, once the funnel thread is managed. Detailed sections continue to outline the minimum experience value for stages 3, 4, and 5, listing the experience gained from various standard enemies and bosses, which is crucial for managing your overall level. Additional notes provide specific details on particular enemy types and their characteristics relevant to experience and combat. The guide promises to continue on the next page. This page continues the low-level clear guide for Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2, moving into the later stages. Stage 8 features the formidable Psycho Gundam Mk2. Despite its impressive size and varied attacks like the diffused megaparticle cannons, the guide points out its movement is actually quite simple and predictable. The key strategy involves luring it in with the beam saber, consistently landing hits with megaparticle cannons, and maintaining lock-on throughout the fight, patiently wearing down its high durability. Stage 9 presents a multi-part challenge. While enemies like the Palace Athene and Boundock in the first half are manageable with careful play, the difficulty spikes with the Hammurabi team in Stage 9C. The guide stresses that, for the Hammurabi team, there's a specific order you need to defeat them in to avoid taking unnecessary damage, noting Yazan's unit is particularly tricky until it's the last one standing. There's also a useful tip about exploiting a safe spot at the bottom of the screen during the Palace Athene fight to avoid most attacks. The guide also updates the minimum experience value lists, covering stages 6 through 9, and detailing the experience gained from various enemies and bosses, which is vital for planning a low-level run. A note highlights that after the initial eye-catch sequence in Stage 9, you're free to fight the remaining non-boss enemies as you see fit without penalty to your level goal, offering some freedom. This guide concludes the Mobile Suit Z Gundam Part 2 low-level clear, focusing on the final boss, the O, and special stages. The O's slow attacks make it surprisingly easy despite its paralyzing Psychomu wave. Prioritize dashing away from this attack. Special Stage 1A, featuring 2 hidden Hyzacs, is the hardest, recommending aerial lock-on strategies. Stage 1B against the Gaza Sea favors distant rapid rifle fire, with a dodge tip. Special Stage 2 pits you against the O and an invincible Quably. Maintain distance and rifle attacks, dashing from charges. A unique trick. Reaching Stage 10 at a low level can trigger unusual support unit graphics. The guide encourages self-imposed challenges for replayability, like avoiding lock-on. This page delves into the MechWarrior 2 experience on the Saturn, specifically highlighting the console-exclusive original missions. The guide covers all 16 maps unique to this version, split between the 2 main factions, Wolf Clan and Jade Falcon. It details the objectives and offers crucial tactical advice for each map, including tips on dealing with specific enemy setups and utilizing the terrain. The page also points out the location of valuable recovery items found within the maps that can repair your mech mid-battle, a significant advantage. It also briefly touches upon advanced movement techniques essential for survival. The layout presents 4 maps for Wolf Clan and 4 for Jade Falcon, each with a concise breakdown of the mission goal and strategic points, helping players navigate the treacherous battlefields. It's a solid tactical overview for mastering the Saturn's exclusive MechWarrior 2 content. This page continues the tactical guide for MechWarrior 2, Mercenaries on the Saturn, focusing on the Jade Falcon clan's exclusive missions. It begins by explaining the looking away movement, an essential advanced technique for higher difficulty play, where you rotate your mech's torso independently of its legs. This allows you to fire on targets while moving, or quickly evade attacks, a crucial skill in dynamic combat. The guide even playfully suggests trying to physically turn your head 90 degrees to grasp the concept. The rest of the page details 8 specific missions unique to the Saturn release for the Jade Falcon clan, split into Betrayal and Central Area sections. Each mission entry provides the main objective and strategic points. For instance, missions cover identifying and destroying traitors by carefully checking mech markings, assaulting production facilities while dealing with air threats using missile-equipped mechs, or escorting convoys and medical teams, sometimes piloting heavy assault mechs like the Direwolf, and focusing on frontal resistance. One notable mission involves rapidly destroying enemy hovercraft using jump jets due to being strategically disadvantaged. The guide consistently emphasizes utilizing terrain and mech capabilities to overcome challenges, although there appears to be a slight duplication in the description for 2 separate convoy escort missions. Overall, it provides critical tactical advice to master these console-exclusive scenarios in MechWarrior 2, Mercenaries. This page presents updates from various contributors. The Hypercolumn Free Talk Gallery Volume 4 chronicles A turbulent vacation marked by lost belongings, a companion's injury, and flight complications. Despite the difficulties, the author found the trip transformative, particularly their experiences in New York City, and concludes that a truly enriching vacation requires a month. Quote, Volume 39 by Ibukuro Sera, a game programmer, focuses on the Virtua Fighter 3 TB competitive scene, specifically a 100-person tournament in Niigata. Sera discusses the tournament's results, including his own performance, the impact of the versus finish setting, and potential future formats, mentioning participation alongside other notable players. Finally, a brief personal update highlights a child's developing speech and video player skills, along with the author's participation in a Monopoly preliminary round for the '97 Japan Championship. This page features the 5th installment of the Game Science Laboratory column, illustrated by Akiyama and written by Sabu and Saiga. The column presents a dialogue between a professor and his assistant discussing game design concepts. The main topic is the curious behavior of enemy units in simulation RPGs, specifically their tendency to sometimes move back and forth or wander aimlessly, as the assistant observes while playing one. The professor delves into the potential reasons behind this, suggesting it could be related to how the AI pathfinding and target selection logic interacts with the environment, mentioning his own experience writing thinking routines for games, potentially including titles like Shin Megami Tensei 2. The page also includes a reader mail section, where a reader asks about the perceived discrepancy in hit probabilities in simulation RPGs. How 99% hits can feel like they miss often, while low percentages seem to connect unexpectedly. The professor explains this is often a matter of perception, and factors like terrain and compatibility can influence the actual chance, despite the displayed percentage. He advises developers to consider such player feelings when designing games. The column concludes with a brief note titled, The Whereabouts of the Punchline, and a section calling for reader mail submissions. This page is a detailed reader survey from SEGA Saturn Magazine, designed to gather information about its readership's preferences and habits. It includes instructions on how to fill out the questionnaire, emphasizing the use of clear numbers within the provided boxes. The survey covers various aspects, starting with basic demographic information, like gender, age, and occupation. It then asks about the number of SEGA Saturn software titles the reader owns, and which computer or game magazines they read most frequently, listing several popular publications from the era. There's a question about the reader's opinion on the current issue's cover story, and their monthly spending on games, strategy guides, and related merchandise. The survey also probes the reader's hardware situation, asking which consoles they currently own, including the SEGA Saturn, PlayStation, Nintendo 64, etc., listed in Table 2, and which hardware they plan to purchase. Finally, a major part of the survey involves Table 3, a very long list of SEGA Saturn software titles, both released and upcoming, from which readers are asked to select games they want to buy in the future. This list features a massive array of titles, including major releases and many lesser-known Japanese games, giving a comprehensive snapshot of the Saturn software library at the time. The survey serves as a crucial tool for the magazine to understand its audience and tailor future content. The next page features an apologetic announcement regarding the SEGA Saturn game, Bluebreaker, A Smile Sweeter Than a Sword. The large, bold text proclaims, "Oh no, sorry!" accompanied by a character speech bubble saying, "Don't bully me." The page explains that the release date for this romance role-playing game has been delayed yet again, from the previously announced October 30th to the new date of November 27th. The developers sincerely apologize to fans nationwide, stating they need a bit more time to ensure the game is delivered in a complete form, currently in the final push of production. They promise to strictly adhere to the new date, adding a "for sure" parenthetically. The announcement also highlights that the first release will include a super luxurious bonus. The page is adorned with artwork from the game showcasing several characters. This page is dedicated to the fighting game Sevakai for the SEGA Saturn, proudly declaring it a super-dimensional alien fighting competition determining the strongest standing technique. The game promises a high level of realism, highlighted by motion capture technology, and praises the fluid combination system where techniques flow seamlessly. The content discusses the game's realistic presentation and how moves chain together naturally. It describes the combat system, mentioning low and high attacks, and how the game calculates movements for smooth transitions. The reviewer seems impressed by the authentic representation of various martial arts. Displayed at the bottom are character portraits representing some of the fighting styles featured in the game: karate, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, traditional karate, boxing, and freestyle. The text briefly touches on the characteristics of a few styles, like Taekwondo's emphasis on leg techniques, and traditional karate's finishing moves. The page also lists the standard price for Sivakai as 5,400 yen, excluding tax. Developed and published by Sinus, and sold by Microcabin. The next page dives into the rhythm game world with DJ Wars, presented as the very first DJ experience game software ever. This Sega Saturn title features a colorful cast of anime characters ready to drop beats. The game boasts two main modes: a story mode where you battle rival DJs to become the DJ King, and a studio mode focused on improving your DJ techniques, with the cool feature of allowing you to use your own music creds for mixing. The soundtrack is a highlight, produced by the Avex Group, and featuring 50 original songs, including work from popular DJ John Robinson. It was scheduled for release in early November of '97. This page features a prominent advertisement for the Sega Saturn version of Initial D. Based on the popular manga serialized in Young Magazine, this title brings the thrilling world of street racing to the console. The main image shows protagonist Takumi Fujiwara sitting by his iconic Toyota 86 Sprinter True New. The text emphasizes the intense downhill battles, challenging players to master the legendary Hachiroku. The game promises faithful reproduction of the original characters, allowing fans to experience the series' cast in actions. It is categorized as a racing game and was scheduled for release on December 25th with a tentative price of 5,800 yen. Get ready to hit the mountain passes on your Sega Saturn. This page focuses on the rise of new amusement facilities in the Kansai region, urging readers to visit Kyoto and Osaka. The prominent visual features include the impressive, modern architecture of the newly renovated Kyoto station, and what appears to be an exterior shot of an amusement complex like Sega Arena. Large text overlays the images declaring, "That's right, let's go to Kyoto and Osaka." The article highlights the transformation of Kyoto Station, which has become a landmark and a hub for culture and movement, attracting diverse visitors, especially the younger generation. A key feature is the opening of Kyoto Joyopolis, on the 10th floor of Junior Kyoto Ispekatan. This is Kansai's first Joyopolis location, introducing 7 new attractions designed with an "it's cute" touch and feel concept, specifically targeting female customers. A major draw mentioned is the free admission. The piece discusses how these new facilities are changing the flow of people in the region and are considered exciting destinations for leisure, combining dining, hobbies, and entertainment. Access information detailing transport links to Kyoto Station is also provided. This page dives deeper into the unique attractions at Kyoto Joyopolis, specifically those exclusive to this location. It highlights that while the Kyoto facility is smaller in area compared to others, it excels in cleverly designed attractions. Out of the 10 attractions available, 7 are brand new and can only be experienced here. The article notes that due to it being newly opened, queues can be long on weekends and holidays, suggesting weekday mornings as a good time to visit, and mentions it's possible to experience all attractions in one day. Featured attractions include the recommended Bike Athlon, a 2-seater motion ride simulating downhill bicycle racing with air-driven effects, demanding teamwork and cool judgment. The most popular attraction is the Lost Cemetery, a enhanced haunted house experience, where 2 riders on a trolley navigate a spooky graveyard, focusing on speed, thrills, and escaping zombies. For racing fans, there's the Sega Touring Car Championship Special, a virtual racing simulator using real car models on motion bases, offering a powerful and realistic driving feel not found elsewhere. Finally, the Mystery Walk is a unique walk-through detective game, where players solve a murder by interacting with characters placed throughout the facility to gather testimony. The page shows screenshots of each attraction, giving a clear look at the rides and interactive elements. Details on cost, height requirements, duration, and capacity are also provided for each. Kyoto Joyopolis offers a variety of attractions beyond standard arcade games. Aquarena is a virtual aquarium with interactive marine life. 5 Sense Garden analyzes your romantic potential through sensory preferences. Cartoon Street is a stamp rally game, while Power Sled offers a bobsledding racing experience. Murder Lodge provides a 3D sound horror experience, and the Fortune Museum offers psychology-based fortune-telling. Relaxation options include Dippin' Dots, ice cream, and Cafe Mint with views of Kyoto Tower. An arcade corner provides classic entertainment with the latest games. This page features an interview with Mr. Kaneyasu, the head of Sega's 5th AM Research and Development Department, discussing their evolution from creating standard arcade machines to developing large-scale attractions for theme parks like Joyopolis. The division now handles everything from concept and design to the final product, aiming to appeal to a wider audience beyond hardcore gamers. Attractions are designed to be unique, interactive, and encourage repeat visits by creating memorable experiences. The development process is detailed, highlighting the rigorous testing involved and the long development times, sometimes taking up to 5 years. Visuals showcase concept art and preliminary designs for attractions like the Kyoto Joyopolis Lost Cemetery and 5 Cents Garden, which were mentioned on the previous page, along with a photo of a 10-person ride currently under development for a future project, demonstrating AM5's dedication to pushing the boundaries of attraction creation. This page expands on the previous discussion of Sega's large-scale attractions, showcasing several Sega World Joyopolis locations across Japan. It highlights 4 parks: Tokyo, Osaka ATC, Shinjuku, and Fukuoka. For each location, the page provides essential visitor information including operating hours, admission fees, and detailed access instructions via public transport and car, making it straightforward for fans to plan a visit. The core focus is on the unique installed attractions available at each Joyopolis. These are the impressive large-scale experiences developed by Sega's AM5 division. The lists feature a variety of ride types, such as the thrilling Timefall drop ride, interactive shooting experiences like virtual shooting and rail chase, the ride, and immersive motion simulators like Aquanova and VR1. Fans of classic Sega arcade titles will spot attractions like the Sega Rally Special Stage. Other notable attractions mentioned across the locations include Ghost Hunters 2, Grandish Mansion, and Mad Bazooka, offering a diverse range of entertainment beyond traditional arcade games. Images provide glimpses into the look and feel of several key attractions. This page shifts the focus to Sega Arena Osaka Padu, another impressive large-scale entertainment complex developed by Sega, located right next to the Osaka Dome. It's part of a larger complex that also features shops and restaurants. Stepping inside Sega Arena feels like a trip to the Stone Age, filled with striking decor like flying dinosaur fossils and colossal monuments titled Tower of the Sun and Shrine of Water. Beyond the unique atmosphere, the arena houses around 200 amusement machines, including video, prize, and metal games. The complex boasts several popular attractions, such as the familiar Aquanova motion simulator, and others like As-1, Fortune Museum, Murder Lodge, and QTAG, each offering distinct experiences and varying capacities. There's even a quirky, "What is this machine?" a bizarre garbage can slot that's sure to get a reaction. Beyond the arcade floor, Osaka Padu offers more. The bowling alley undergoes a cool transformation after 10 p.m., turning into a blacklight spectacle with glowing pins and balls set to reggae music. For those wanting to sing, the karaoke boxes are themed like a tropical paradise, available in various sizes from intimate rooms to ones seating up to 40 people. The page also provides essential details like location, operating hours, and directions via train and bus, making it easy to plan your visit to this diverse entertainment spot. This page delves into the strategic vision for Sega's Amusement Theme Park, ATP, and Amusement AM facilities, featuring an interview with Mr. Munamura from Sega Enterprises. He explains that Sega began developing large-scale AM facilities in the late 80s, with ATPs, characterized by Sega's unique, internally developed attractions, emerging in the mid-90s. Unlike standard AM centers, these ATP attractions are destination-specific, requiring visitors to come to the facility to experience them. It clarifies that while scale is a factor, the key difference is that Trapp's focus on these unique, interactive attractions. Intermediate facilities like Sega Arena also exist, offering some attractions on a smaller scale than ATP. Munamura highlights a trend towards larger, composite facilities where amusement serves as a core element, drawing visitors to larger commercial complexes. Sega aims to make these facilities more familiar and continues to open diverse locations, tailoring the scale and content to each specific area and introducing unique experiences found nowhere else. Featured on the page are Club Sega Yokohama and Sega World Festival Gate in Osaka. Club Sega Yokohama is presented as a new landmark in the city, while SEGA World Festival Gate near Osaka's Tsutenkaku is described as a prime example of a future composite AM facility, incorporating not just amusement, but also a cinema, amusement park elements, and even hot springs. SEGA's strength lies in its flexible approach, allowing them to deploy various facility types like Joyopolis, Arena, Jigo, and SEGA World to match local market needs. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn title, Texture Assist Rudd Arcana Chronicle. It's presented as a board and card simulation game, with a focus on multiplayer competitive play, where a grand creation myth tied to tarot cards is resurrected. The striking key art features a central character alongside various tarot cards, hinting at the game's theme and mechanics. Supervised by Kenji Tarokata, known for his work on other fantasy titles, the game promises a deep experience rooted in its card-based system. The page announces the game's scheduled release for December 18th at a price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. A notable feature is the inclusion of a special set of 22 original tarot cards as a bonus. It also mentions the game was exhibited at the SEGA Saturn Digital Circus. This page delves into the mechanics of Super Robot Wars Free, presented as the third part of a comprehensive strategy guide series. The artwork features prominent characters like Masaki and Pardo and Loon Zoldark, instantly recognizable to fans of the series' original mechs and pilots. The focus here is on a crucial, yet often overlooked, aspect of the game: terrain adaptation and its impact on unit performance. The guide explains how units and pilots have varying aptitudes for different terrain types: ground, water, air, and space, ranked from A, most advantageous, to E, unable to act. It details how the combined adaptation of a unit and its pilot for a specific terrain is calculated, resulting in an overall terrain adaptation rank. This rank directly influences critical combat parameters like hit rate, damage dealt, and evasion success, explaining why optimal positioning is key to victory. Super Robot Wars F is described as a simulation RPG, developed by Banpresto, and available now for 6,800 yen. It's recommended for all ages and is a single-player experience. This deep dive into combat mechanics highlights the strategic depth the game offers beyond just collecting your favorite mechs. Super Robot Wars Frost's combat system revolves around hit rate, damage, and critical hits. Hit rate is determined by accuracy, evasion, mobility, weapon accuracy, unit size, and terrain. Damage calculations consider weapon power, pilot morale, terrain, and armor. Critical hits depend on pilot skill and weapon chance. Experience gain is level dependent. Morale is influenced by actions like defeating enemies and using spirit commands, ranging from 50 to 150. The game's scenario flowchart, specifically from chapters 19 to 29, features branch points and key plot developments. Chapter 22 offers real robot and super robot paths. The chart details events through chapters like The Tragedy of General Garuda, showcasing Londo Bell's actions, Master Asia's appearance, and pivotal battles culminating in Operation Reconquista, building anticipation for the game's conclusion. The Super Robot Wars F Jaburo Invasion Arc Guide details strategies for episodes 20 and 21. Episode 20 focuses on underwater combat, advising players to lure enemies into the water, leveraging units like the EVA series and Bilbine. Nearly will retreat with only one unit left. The map features river and forest terrain, with reinforcements appearing as enemies are defeated, dropping items. Episode 21 takes place inside the Jaburo base, highlighting the ability of enemies to attack through walls. Prioritize checking enemy ranges and move forces to the central floor to use the energy tank. Use narrow passages, ideal for units like the EVA series, to intercept reinforcements. Lagig equals Gios retreats on turn 14. Cybuster joins on turn 2. The guide also includes weapon stats for weapons like the Double Vulcan and Ion Beam. Scenario 22 in Super Robot Wars F offers two routes: Real Robot, 22R, and Super Robot, 22s. 22R, Awaken, Super Beast Machine God, tasks players with escorting NPC media to the map's southern edge, using Dankuga as the primary defender for the first 5 turns. Players must protect media, utilize terrain, and split their forces upon reinforcement arrival. 22s, Combine! Super Beast Machine God Dankuga also requires escorting media, who is more vulnerable. Strategies involve managing media's movement and using powerful super robot units like Bilbine to intercept enemy reinforcements. Both routes offer item and unit details, plus reinforcement information and map descriptions. 22R, River Forest. 22s, city, forest, river. Scenario 23. Mia's decision tasks players with delaying the attack on the Great General of Darkness. Focus on positioning Combattler versus strategically, and taking down Garumusu first, utilizing the Effort Spirit command for maximum damage. Expect manageable enemy reinforcements after Garumusu's defeat, and consider using map attacks. The stage features a lake setting, and offers Apogee Motor and Psycho Frame as rewards. Player reinforcements arrive 3 turns after initial reinforcements. Scenario 24. The Tragedy of Great General Garuda emphasizes energy management and item use for Combattler versus immediately separate Combattler versus into its components for 3 turns to damage Garumusu. Upon Big Garuda's arrival, prioritize Oleana's survival. Allow Oleana's HP to drop before delivering the final blow for an item reward. Garuda will use Guts at low HP, necessitating powerful attacks afterward. The map is set in an indoor base, with Fatima and Mega Boosters as rewards. The next page features a discussion with the Winkysoft staff responsible for developing the hugely popular Super Robot Wars F. Continuing from last week, this roundtable covers insights into the game's development, particularly focusing on the upcoming final chapter. The developers discuss the challenges of debugging such a massive game, explaining their process using specific debugging sheets. They share humorous anecdotes about encountering strange bugs, like Combattler versus unexpectedly separating when repaired. The discussion also touches upon the scale of the project, noting that around 30 people were involved in bringing Super Robot Wars Fly to life. The page also introduces the key members of the Winkysoft and Banpresto teams who participated in the discussion, including the General Director, President, leads for graphics, animation, programming, background CG, and the Banpresto producer. It's clear from their conversation that creating a game of this complexity involved significant effort and presented unique challenges. The next page continues the roundtable discussion on Super Robot Wars Phi, focusing on the game's development progress towards the final chapter. The developers share that the game is currently around 20–30% complete, emphasizing that there's still a lot of work and many issues to resolve. They discuss branching story paths and the inclusion of various characters, noting that some characters not used in the initial F might appear. The team expresses gratitude for fan support and asks for patience as they work hard to finish the game. The page also highlights specific aspects of the development. One section is dedicated to debug, illustrating the crucial and difficult process of finding and fixing bugs with a screenshot resembling a battle map grid. The text explains that debugging requires extensive effort from both Winkysoft and Banpresto staff. Another interesting feature mentioned is the karaoke mode, shown with a screenshot of a lyric display interface, suggesting players can belt out tunes from the game. The discussion also briefly mentions the effort programmers put into this mode alongside the core game. A large photo features the development staff, showcasing the team behind the project. The page concludes by mentioning that the next issue will feature a solo interview with the Banpresto president, suggesting more insights into their projects are coming. This page kicks off with a vibrant, full-page anime illustration featuring characters who appear to be from the Magic School Lunar series, adding a splash of fantasy adventure to the SEGA Saturn lineup. It acts as a comprehensive preview index for gamers, showcasing both recently released and highly anticipated upcoming software for the console. Broken down into 2 main sections, the page first highlights new release titles, covering games like the puzzle adventure Tilk, The Girl Who Came from the Blue Sea, the classic detective story Cross Detective Story, and the intense tank combat action of Mass Destruction. It also includes more niche titles, such as a mahjong game, a pachinko simulator, a fighting game based on the Crows manga, the strategy RPG Grand Red, and even an Ultraman encyclopedia. The second section, Coming Soon Soft, focuses on titles expected to release soon, including the featured Magic School Lunar, quote, the popular soccer club management simulation, Let's Make a Soccer Team, 2, and the action-packed The Lost World, Jurassic Park. Other titles include the RPG Princess Quest, Textrode Rudo, Arcana Senki, and compiled classics like Sega Ages, Columns Arcade Collection. Adventure and licensed game fans can look forward to titles like Detective Minton's Investigation File, The Jester Murder Case, and a game based on Kamen Rider. This page clearly lays out a diverse array of genres coming to the Sega Saturn, catering to a wide range of player interests. This page is dedicated to the simulation RPG, Tilk, The Girl Who Came from the Blue Sea, giving it an impressive score of 90%. The reviewer notes how the game evokes the feeling of reading classic adventure stories like Tom Sawyer or 15 Boys, bringing back childhood memories. The game follows the adventures of a boy named Billy and his friends. The story begins from their secret base in a treehouse, where they plan their explorations. Key events highlighted include the group eating a creature called Denkyatokari, Billy hearing a strange song, and the discovery of a pirate ship. They also embark on quests to find a lost baby bug and explore Spiky Mountain, which turns out to be controlled by a rough group called the Shark Gang. The core of the game seems to revolve around these childhood adventures, and eventually leads to the fated encounter with the mysterious girl from the sea, Silky. The page features several screenshots showing various in-game scenes and character interactions, providing a glimpse into the game's pixel art style and narrative progression. This page introduces Cross Detective Story, an omnibus-style adventure game where players tackle 7 distinct cases. The game boasts a significant amount of content, described as equivalent to 10 paperback books, and utilizes a special program to minimize CD loading times, contributing to a stress-free gameplay experience. The visuals feature appealing graphics rendered in 32,000 colors and include clear, readable text. The production also highlights a strong voice cast. The core of the game lies in solving the series of mysteries presented across its 7 chapters. These include classic detective scenarios like a locked room death in Suspicion, spooky events at a prestigious girls' school in The Twisted Prestigious School, a murder interrupting a vacation in Azure Memory, a case involving a mysterious client, incidents at a Western-style mansion in Tarantula, and the ultimate mystery awaiting on Prison Island. The page features character portraits and scene illustrations from the game, giving a glimpse into its visual style and the diverse settings for each case. It's positioned as a game perfect for players who enjoy unraveling complex mysteries. This page introduces 2 new releases for the SEGA Saturn. The first is Mahjong Gakuensai, a port of a popular arcade mahjong game. Players take on the role of a club president who must challenge 6 different girls to mahjong matches during a school festival to obtain photos. The game incorporates adventure elements as you navigate the school grounds and features a changing undressing scene system that progresses through 3 stages based on score, becoming more intense as you win. It also includes an item menu to assist in matches and supports passwords from the PC version. The second game is Sankyo Fever Actual Machine Simulation CES Volume 2, the second volume in a pachinko simulation series. This release faithfully replicates 3 specific Sankyo pachinko machines: CR, Fever Pistol SR, Fever Pistol Daimyo GP, and Fever Hanafuda GP. A notable addition is a story mode, where success in pachinko leads to conversations with various characters, offering a branching narrative path with an adventure feel. Screenshots showcase the detailed pachinko machine displays and a compatible controller. Both games are recommended for players 18 and older. This page highlights 2 upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. First up is Crows, the Battle Action, a side-scrolling action game based on the popular manga. You'll fight through hordes of enemies leading to one-on-one boss battles, and defeating bosses unlocks them as playable characters. The game promises a story faithful to the original manga, appealing to fans. A key feature is the combination builder, allowing players to customize their characters' powerful, but stamina-costing, special moves. The page includes screenshots showing the action and portraits of key characters, like Harumichi Buya. The second game is Grand Red, a full-scale science fiction simulation from Banpresto. It focuses on a dramatic story driven by unique characters, following the journey of 16-year-old Earthling cadet Nagumo as he aims to become a Galactic Federation officer. The game features intense polygonal combat scenes and detailed character designs. Screenshots depict strategic battles in space, character portraits including Nagumo and operator Kathy Safford, and scenes inside the ship showcasing the game's narrative segments. Strategy is emphasized, requiring players to understand unit statuses and abilities. This page highlights 2 distinct SEGA Saturn releases. First up is Ultraman Zukan 2, a comprehensive database software celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Ultraman series. Rated 90%, it acts as a visual encyclopedia, detailing monsters, characters from Ultraman, Ultraman A, and Ultraman Taro, and showcasing Ultraman's special moves with text explanations and even some video clips. Its interface is praised for being easy to navigate, making it a nostalgic treat for fans and accessible for all ages. The second title is Mass Destruction, a tank shooting game rated a perfect 100%. Billed as a game even dads can play, it emphasizes exhilarating destruction and action. Players take on the role of a soldier fighting in a future world war, tackling various missions across 24 stages. The game features straightforward controls, multiple tank options, diverse weapons, and highly destructible environments, promising intense combat and satisfying explosions. Screenshots show the different tanks, stage selection, and chaotic battlefield scenarios. This page dives into the details of the upcoming soccer simulation, J-League Pro Soccer Club, wo Tsukuru, slated for release on November 20th for 5,800 yen. Described as a sports training simulation suitable for all ages and currently 90% complete, the page emphasizes the critical roles of meeting and training in developing your team. The sample version of the game is being showcased, highlighting how players can improve technical skills and abilities. The meeting feature allows managers to talk directly with players to understand their condition, strengths, selling points, and weaknesses. This is essential for grasping player information. The training section details how you can set practice menus, stressing the importance of tailoring training to individual players, not just the whole team. Options include changing the club's policy, giving specific training instructions, executing the training, reviewing the coach's comments on results, checking player teamwork levels, and managing players who cannot participate due to injury. The page shows screenshots of the meeting interface, player profiles, and the training menu, illustrating the depth of the player development system in this title. This guide focuses on the tactical and system management improvements in J-League Pro Soccer Club, wo Tsukuru. The changes to strategy menu simplifies adjusting formation, player positioning, defensive type, and tactics. Formation adjustments involve selecting system types with varying defender, midfielder, and forward numbers, with added attacking A and defensive B options. Player positioning offers manual or automatic adjustments, including condition-based swaps. DF type introduces line, libero, and sweeper defensive styles. Tactics change enables overall player movement adjustments, balanced, offensive, defensive, zone press, counterattack. Improvements enhance training management, allowing for quick instruction assignment by position, J button, or team-wide, Z button. The guide also previews the training menu operations, emphasizing a more user-friendly interface for checking team strength, player ability, and condition. This page details the comprehensive training system in J-League Pro Soccer Club, wo Tsukuru. It explains how players can be developed individually and as a team through various training menus. Individual development is highlighted as a key feature, allowing focused training for specific player roles like striker, dribbler, chancemaker, and defensive midfielder, tailoring skill development based on tactical roles. Basic training offers a range of fundamental skills like passing, dribbling, and shooting, along with physical training and a special adjustment option to fine-tune player condition, though this can cause fatigue. Special training focuses on developing physical and technical abilities specific to player positions such as FW, MF, DF, and GK, emphasizing positional suitability and teamwork. The guide also touches on system and tactics training, expanding on the strategic options discussed previously, allowing practice of various formations like 442 or 352, and tactical approaches like counterattack or zone press. For convenience, there's an option to leave it to the manager, automating training decisions, and cancel instructions to stop current training. Screenshots illustrate the different training menus and on-field training scenes, showcasing the depth of the management simulation. This page continues the look at J-League Pro Soccer Club, wo Tsukuru, highlighting more aspects of managing your team. The top section showcases key features, like the execution of training sessions, viewing comments from the coach on player progress, checking individual player teamwork levels, and seeing a list of players unavailable due to injury or other reasons. The main focus is an interview with developers Osamu Ohashi, planning, and Akihito Wada, programmer's team leader, titled, "We think we've fixed all the unpopular parts from the previous game." They discuss the significant improvements made based on player feedback for this installment in the Let's Make a Soccer Team series. Key changes include simplifying the complex training system, enhancing the user interface for better clarity, improving game speed, and refining the player growth system to feel more balanced and responsive. They emphasize making the game more intuitive for newcomers while adding depth for veterans, particularly concerning player development and tactical implementation. They also touch upon how player stats reflect performance in real-world matches up to a certain point, and the importance of basic physical training like running. This page previews Lunar Magic School, a prequel spin-off for the Sega Saturn set in the world of Lunar. The article introduces protagonists Ellie and Lena as they are scouted for the Magic Academy. It highlights key early story moments, such as their meeting with Sinania and the challenges they face upon enrolling, including the crucial task of finding a mentor. Screenshots show the game's anime-style character portraits, overhead view exploration, and turn-based battles featuring sprite-based characters. The article notes the game is 99% complete and details its release on November 20th for 6,800 yen as an RPG recommended for all ages. It emphasizes the focus on the characters' school life and their developing relationships. This page dives into the battle system of Lunar Magic School, focusing on its mechanics. Unlike the previous Lunar game, this one uses random encounters, but you do encounter enemies on both the dungeon and field maps. The combat itself is standard turn-based, with action order determined by speed. A key feature highlighted is the defense command, which not only reduces damage, but also uniquely recovers a small amount of MP, a tactic encouraged by the reviewers. The page also points out the helpful element, where character faces change during battle to reflect their HP status, making it easy to quickly gauge who needs healing. Green/white indicates high HP, orange is below half, and red means they are critically low. The different battle commands are shown. Standard attack, using magic learned primarily at the Magic School, the aforementioned defense, and run. There's also a section on recovering HP and MP outside of battle, such as by simply walking around or visiting helpful teachers like Hemzema. Finally, the combination magic system is introduced, where two or more characters can combine attacks for powerful effects. Skills learned through the story, from teachers, or discovered. The page promises a thorough introduction to this system in the next issue. This page highlights the upcoming RPG Princess Quest, scheduled for a December 1997 release and currently 80% complete. It's described as a rich RPG experience, combining elements of detective adventure and love simulation. The game features two distinct mapping styles: 2D maps for exploring the Royal Palace and Entertainment District to gather information about a theft, and 3D dungeons for more in-depth exploration. The page introduces two key locations. First is the Grand Marnier Castle's One-Frine Hall, the initial area visited by the protagonist. This serves as the entrance to the important Spirit Palace, which is a 3D dungeon. An overhead 2D screenshot shows the layout of the hall. The second location is the Spirit Palace itself, also referred to as the Great Cathedral, a sacred place housing a guardian spirit and serving as the entry point to the 3D dungeon sections. A 2D overhead view of the cathedral is shown, alongside a first-person screenshot depicting the vast, stone-walled interior of the 3D dungeon, complete with an inset minimap to aid navigation. The description notes the importance of knowing your location within these expansive dungeons. This page delves deeper into the world of Princess Quest, exploring more key locations crucial for the investigation. It introduces the second floor of Grand Marnier Castle, where the foreign princesses reside, providing rooms like those for soufflé, baby, gâteau, churros, panna cotta, chiffon, mint, millefeuille, and gelato. This is a primary area to speak with the princesses and their attendants to gather information. The castle also features a library, frequented by Princess Panna Cotta, another spot for potential clues. Beyond the palace, the page highlights the entertainment district, a vital area separate from dungeon crawling. This district is filled with events and is essential for gathering leads on the theft case. The map shows various establishments, like a weapons/armor shop, featuring both a 2D tool shop and a 3D dungeon-style underground weapon shop, a cafe for mingling and information exchange, a lively tavern, and an inn where visitors stay and offer opportunities for interaction and events. Navigating these diverse 2D and 3D environments to find the culprit is a core objective of the game. The page also features character artwork for many of the princesses. The next page introduces Textort Liud, Arcana Senki, a unique title blending the fun of both board games and card games on the Saturn. The game prominently features tarot cards, which carry significant meaning and influence the gameplay. At its core, Narrated is a board game where players move across spaces using numbers on their cards. Beyond simple movement, the tarot cards are central to battles, allowing for special effects, setting traps, and summoning and training monsters to fight alongside you. This isn't just a simple card battle. It's a tactical simulation on a board. The scenario for the game was handled by Kenji Teradata, known for his work on Final Fantasy scenarios and novels. Adding a layer of narrative depth, the game explores the power of arcana, tied directly to the tarot cards used. While the page explains the traditional structure of tarot, major and minor arcana, suits like cups, pentacles, wands, and swords, it notes that the game adapts these meanings rather than strictly adhering to traditional interpretations. Visually, the page includes a screenshot showing the board game layout and a battle interface, along with vibrant artwork depicting various characters and creatures clearly inspired by tarot archetypes. The game was listed as 100% complete, with a scheduled release date, and even came with a bonus tarot card. The developers enthusiastically describe it as a completely new type of competitive card battle simulation board game. This page continues the deep dive into Narrated, Arcana Senki, revealing more about its gameplay and world. We learn about the game's modes, featuring a campaign mode where you follow the story of one of 8 protagonists, and a versus mode allowing up to 4 players to battle using characters developed in campaign mode via a password system. The combat combines board game movement with tactical card play, emphasizing simulation RPG elements. The page highlights the 4 distinct races that populate this world: humans, agile pixies who can fly and summon monsters, mystical elves with differing views on their nation's policy, and sturdy dwarves seeking revenge after being driven from their homes. Vibrant character art is shown for each race. We also delve further into the game's lore, focusing on the concept of Sekai, the supreme god who sealed away lesser gods after a devastating war involving the 4 races. The tool Arcana was created by Sekai to mediate the power of these sealed gods. Minor Arcana cards are used primarily for movement on the game board, while Major Arcana provides situational effects, though using them requires forming a contract with a guardian god. It's clear that mastering the intricate relationship between these cards and the game's rules is key to success in this unique blend of board game and card-based simulation. This page dives into the recently released SEGA Saturn title, The Lost World, Jurassic Park. This is an intense action game that's already challenging many players with its difficulty, despite faithfully recreating the movie's atmosphere. The page aims to help those struggling by offering strategy advice for tricky spots in various levels. The game is an action title retailing for 5,800 yen, supporting 1 player, and recommended for all ages. It highlights the game's high difficulty, noted as being lower than the overseas version, but still a significant challenge, and emphasizes that mastering the game is key to enjoying its detailed world. Crucially, the page discusses the importance of items, noting that while dinosaurs might not need them, human characters rely heavily on them for ammunition and health recovery. Players are advised to make an effort to collect items whenever seen. Special operations are also vital, with unique moves for each character. For humans, mastering moves like the wire jump is essential for progression. The main focus is a strategy guide for difficult sections across 4 levels, including the Compi level, Isles of Giants, Beneath the Surface, and Tidal Cavern. For instance, the Compi level is highlighted for its platforming difficulty over narrow paths, recommending a specific high jump technique. The Tidal Cavern section advises continuous jumping to avoid the hunter's rocket attacks. Screenshots showcase these levels, featuring the hunter grappling with a wire, small compis, large dinosaurs, and the hunter in action. This page continues the strategy guide for the challenging SEGA Saturn title, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, delving into tactics for later stages. It covers the hunter level, stage 5, highlighting the character's reliance on health items and the need to engage dinosaurs from a distance, avoiding close combat. The guide suggests mastering techniques like the wire jump for navigating tricky areas. Next up is the raptor level, also stage 5, identified as one of the simpler levels if your only goal is progression, mainly due to the raptor's high agility but predictable behavior. It recommends utilizing the standard jump ability, and notes that breaking certain boxes might yield unexpected items like timed bombs. The Trex level, stage 7, is described as difficult due to the boss, a Trex, being strong but slow. Its biggest weakness is its sluggish movement. Dealing with raptors attacking from front and back simultaneously can lead to being surrounded. The terrain is less difficult here, so focusing on handling the dinosaurs is key. A special operation, the X button eat move, is noted as being quite interesting. Finally, the guide touches upon the final level, Sarah. This stage starts with a Trex attack and requires navigating the hunter camp. Progression often hinges on finding and interacting with the generator. The primary goal of the Sarah levels is escaping the dinosaurs. But simply running isn't enough. A difficult final battle awaits. Screenshots throughout the page showcase the distinct environments and dinosaur encounters for each level discussed. This page shifts gears completely from prehistoric creatures to ancient puzzles, diving deep into the SEGA Saturn release of the Columns arcade collection. It focuses on the unlockable special option menu, revealing exactly how to access each feature. The core mechanic is clearing gems. As you clear more throughout the collection, new items in the special option menu become available. You'll find different thresholds for unlocking content related to various included games like Columns 97, Columns 2, the original Columns, and Stack Columns. The special option menu itself offers insights into gameplay techniques and potentially other secrets hidden within the collection. Another interesting unlockable is the ability to change the sound effects. This effect sound option lets you switch to arranged versions, incorporating unique sounds like human voices or animal calls, adding a quirky twist to the classic puzzle action. Finally, the page provides helpful techniques for excelling at each game mode. It offers strategies for clearing gems efficiently, tips for mastering specific game variations like Flash Columns and Columns 2, and advice on chaining combos and stack columns to gain an advantage. It's a comprehensive guide for players looking to master the puzzle-solving challenge and uncover everything this collection has to offer. This page delves into the wealth of unlockable content available in the SEGA Saturn Columns collection, specifically focusing on the special option menu. It highlights the Set Jewel feature, allowing players to change the appearance of the falling gems from the original designs to fun arranged versions, including themes like fruit, marbles, cute cats, and electronic gadgets. These alternate skins are unlocked by clearing a certain cumulative number of gems across the different games included in the collection. The page also covers the history option, which provides detailed historical information about the Columns series and allows viewing the arcade instruction cards for each game, such as Columns 97, the original Columns, Columns 2, and Stack Columns. Accessing this historical data is also tied to reaching specific total gem clear counts. Basic gameplay mechanics like moving, dropping, and clearing gems are also briefly explained. A major focus is revealing the conditions required to obtain the 8 secret jewels. Collecting all 8 is the key to unlocking a good ending in the collection. The page lists each secret jewel and its specific unlock requirement, which involves achieving particular feats within each game mode, such as reaching certain chain lengths, clearing specific stages, winning against opponents, or attaining certain ranks in Columns 97. It's all about exploring and mastering every part of the collection to discover these hidden treasures and see the ultimate conclusion. Inspector Minton's Investigation File. Clown Murder Case is a mystery adventure game where players assume the role of Inspector Minton. The game tasks players with solving a murder within a circus wagon, hampered by uncooperative performers. The core gameplay revolves around clue discovery and evidence examination to uncover the truth. Players navigate using in-game interfaces to examine the wagon, surroundings, and inventory. The investigation focuses on the victim, Shalul the Clown. Key clues include a knife similar to one owned by a missing knife-throwing performer, and the victim's notebook revealing debts owed by several performers, including the missing Joe. The tidy wagon conceals a hidden ledger, hinting at further secrets. Released in 1997 by Riverhill Soft and Thinking Rabbit, the single-player game offers an immersive 3D environment for players to explore the English town and piece together the crime. The next page continues the investigation in Inspector Minton's Investigation File. Clown Murder Case. We learn that another clown, Maltan, who was initially uncooperative, had Shalul's medical record. Maltan claims he was entrusted with it by Shalul, who the record indicates was terminally ill. This raises questions about Shalul's actions and Maltan's true involvement. Minton then visits the doctor who wrote the record, found drinking at a bar, who reveals Shalul left a letter. This shocking letter details Shalul's plan for revenge, orchestrating his own murder by provoking someone he hated, likely Joe, to kill him through aggressive debt collection. While this suggests Joe is the killer, The reviewer notes the crime seems surprisingly messy for a planned murder. The game features various interesting town residents, although most aren't central to the plot, like the eccentric priest. The case takes another twist, with new testimony from Joe's sister, Mary, who claims the letter is fake and hints at knowing the real killer, leading to the discovery of fresh cigarette butts near the tent. The page concludes that the case is far from solved. This page showcases Kamen Rider File 1, a database software title for the SEGA Saturn. Described as a database experience for hardcore Kamen Rider fans, it compiles information primarily on Kamen Rider 1 and 2, covering stories from all 100 episodes, including theatrical features. The software categorizes data into operation files, rider files, and information on Shocker, Gel Shocker, and various monsters. Its goal is to allow players to research the strategies of Kamen Rider 1 and 2 against Shocker forces. The database includes sections detailing the abilities of Rider 1 and Rider 2, featuring images of both riders and their human forms, Takeshi Hongo and Hayato Ichimonji, along with brief character descriptions. There's also a simulation mode mentioned, where players can test their knowledge, potentially from a Shocker perspective, aiming to defeat the riders. A significant feature is the inclusion of valuable movie data, showcasing classic scenes like the double rider kick and Ichimonji Hayato's transformation. The game appears to be a comprehensive reference tool for fans of the original Kamen Rider series. This page continues the deep dive into the Kamen Rider File 1 database software for SEGA Saturn. It shifts focus to the core antagonists, providing detailed information on the two major evil organizations, Shocker and Gel Shocker. You get a breakdown of Shocker's hierarchical structure, from the leader down through the great leaders like Colonel Zoll, Dr. Shinigami, and Ambassador Hell, to the monsters and combatmen. Similarly, Gel Shocker is introduced as Shocker's revived form under General Black, featuring new, powerful monsters. The game includes profiles and screenshots for key members of each organization, offering insights into the enemies faced by Kamen Rider 1 and 2. A significant part of the game highlighted here is the Annihilate the Double Riders from the Ground Up simulation mode. This is a unique feature where you, the player, seemingly take on the role of the villain, strategizing to defeat the riders. The simulation appears to involve multiple stages, such as setting traps, preventing civilian interference, taking hostages to lure the riders, and executing a final attack or bombing. It's presented as a tactical challenge, testing your ability to outmaneuver the heroes. Additionally, there's a campaign promoting the game by offering readers a chance to win an exclusive clear Kamen Rider figure. This page features the SEGA Saturn game All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua, highlighting a major reveal. The legendary wrestler Keiji Muto, appearing under the name Haas, is a hidden character. Presented in a mock sports newspaper style, the page introduces Haas as a shining shooting star, transferring to AJPW that provides his real-life profile, including his amateur wrestling background and physical stats. A key point is the crossover with Sega's Virtua Fighter series, specifically mentioning the potential for a giant swing battle between Hayes and Wolf Hawkfield, who is also featured in the game. The page explains that Hayes is unlocked by earning the right to play in Versus mode and then defeating him when he appears randomly. He is also available as a limited-time wrestler in certain tournament modes. The article expresses excitement about his presence and how his style will impact the game. The game was released by Sega on October 23rd and is a fighting game for 12 players. This page from All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua focuses on Wolf Hawkfield, a character also from Virtua Fighter, presented as a mock sports newspaper, East-West Sports. The main section details Wolf's devastating 5-move combo, including a body slam, 2 double claws, the SD, and a giant swing, all accompanied by screenshots. The article emphasizes the combo's destructive power and ability to inflict massive damage. Below, an East-West Sports gallery emulates a wrestling newspaper, Tokyo Sports. It features smaller articles and commentary discussing the game's wrestlers, Misawa, Taue, Kawada, and events like the Champion Carnival. The commentary adopts a humorous and enthusiastic tone, mirroring real-life sports columnists, offering opinions on the game's accuracy and results. One highlight is the reaction to a player character winning the Champion Carnival. This page serves as the introduction to a complete guide section focusing on SEGA Saturn software released after the magazine's publication. It's visually striking with the large, colorful SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide title in a bubble letter style, set against a background of vibrant, scribbled lines. An anime character adds a dynamic element to the right side. The guide highlights that this section is dedicated to providing in-depth strategies for recently released games, promising a packed lineup. Covered titles in this issue include the fighting games Asuka 120% Limited, Dead or Alive, Samurai Showdown IV, Amakusa's Revenge, and Street Fighter Collection, alongside the snowboarding title Steep Slope Sliders, directing readers to specific pages for each guide. It's a clear sign that the magazine was committed to covering the latest hits and providing valuable gameplay tips for Saturn owners. This page focuses on the fighting game Asuka 120% Limited, providing a guide as part of the SEGA Saturn software overview. The main highlight is the inclusion of two previously non-playable characters, Tetsuko Omura, the chemistry club president, and Genichiro Shindo, the principal of Shinran Girls Academy. They were only in the story mode before, but can now be used in battle, adding depth to the roster. Unlocking these new fighters requires dedication. Tetsuko becomes available after accumulating 10 hours of gameplay, and Genichiro after a significant 20 hours. The guide also points out that players can now choose from up to 4 costume colors in versus matches, not just the 2 initially expected, by holding L, R, or L plus R when selecting a character. Additionally, the page details accessing extra options to adjust settings like handicaps and guard types, and mentions the battle record screen, where you can check rankings and story mode progress. It's a solid breakdown of the new features and unlockables for fans of the series. This page dives deeper into Tetsuko Omura, one of the unlockable characters in Asuka 120% Limited, questioning the extent of her power honed by Hifumi Asuka. As Asuka's senior and the chemistry club president, Tetsuko's training of Asuka suggests her own capabilities are at least equal. The guide notes her movement and jump abilities are comparable to Asuka's. While her punch range is longer, her kick range feels shorter due to her skirt, and her jump attacks lack directional inputs, limiting their reach. Her special moves are mostly shared with Asuka, except for one original technique. The command list shows the inputs for these moves, including Enshin Hasai Ken, Phenomenon Crush, Impact Charge, and Mach Jab. The highlighted section focuses on the Impact Charge, noting its effectiveness in combos and breaking guards, despite having moments where she cannot guard during the move. Basic combo examples are provided, illustrating sequences like Crouching Weak into Strong, followed by Impact Charge and Enshin Hasai Ken. For players facing the CPU Tetsuko, the advice is to guard her dash attacks and counter with crouching attacks or guard cancel specials. The CPU Tetsuko also sometimes uses Impact Charge after a dash attack, so the guide advises staying calm and guarding. A small section features the announcer, Ichiko Koga, offering a tip about timing when countering rush attacks to avoid being counterattacked yourself. Shindo Genichiro, a hidden character in the Asuka 120% series, is a powerful businessman and head of Rinrin Girls Academy. His size gives him great reach but slow movement. His key moves include Kenkan Itu, projectile, Jishi Guken, anti-air, Shippu Daoto, charge attack, and powered-up versions, Ryuryu Tensen, and Taizan Meidu. The guide emphasizes Kenkan Itu's multi-hit potential, despite its startup. Basic combos are shown using crouching attacks, leading into specials against the CPU, guard dash and crouching strong attacks, then counter. Prioritize guarding against his combos and Ryuryu Tensen. Helpful tip suggests holding the attack button, while inputting charge move commands for easier execution. This page is dedicated to the hidden boss character Radu in the SEGA Saturn fighting game, Dead or Alive. It highlights that the game contains several hidden features, and Radu is one of them. Available as a playable character, the key to unlocking Radu is to clear the game in arcade mode or time attack mode with all 8 standard characters. You can do this on any difficulty level, with continues allowed, as long as the life gauge setting isn't set to no limit. The page showcases some of Radu's notable techniques, with accompanying screenshots and brief descriptions. These include the jumping knee pad, described as a versatile mid-level juggle move, the stomach crash, a multi-hit mid-level attack with follow-up options, the moonring leg, a fast but risky move effective in air combos, and the high damage but slow shoulder tackle, best used against bounced opponents. A comprehensive move list is also provided, detailing Radu's various techniques, their command inputs using directional controls, and the punch, kick, and guard buttons, and their attributes, e.g., mid, high, low, throw, hold. Mastering these techniques allows players to unleash Reidu's powerful boss-style combat. This page provides detailed strategy for playing as the powerful hidden character, Reidu, in Dead or Alive. It notes that while Reidu is a boss character with strong techniques, many are borrowed from other characters, emphasizing the importance of mastering core moves and follow-ups. Key offensive strategies include using powerful air combo starters like the jumping knee pad, and high-damage throws like the Ryung Garai, which is described as one of the highest damage throws in the game. The strategy also covers defensive reactions after successful holds, noting that while standing holds don't guarantee a follow-up, they allow for quick movement, while crouching punch holds reliably lead to air combos. The page highlights 2 recommended air combos. The first is a universal combo effective on most characters, though it's best used against heavyweights like Bayman or Reidu himself after a counter-hit low kick. This combo can deal over 100 damage and is relatively easy for the damage output. The second recommended combo is praised for its stability due to the wide hit detection of the Crush Heel Hammer, reducing instances of opponents falling to the ground. However, it notes that this combo is susceptible to being held by experienced opponents. Screenshots illustrate various techniques and combo points discussed. This page introduces still more hidden costumes and techniques, available in Dead or Alive. Previously unrevealed costumes are listed, including Kasumi's sailor suit and rabbit mascot costume, Tina's bondage and cowgirl outfits, and Lai Fang's waitress uniform, arcade version boss color, and gled pants look. Screenshots showcase various characters in these unique outfits, with brief commentary on their appearance, such as Kasumi's appealing overalls, Lai Fang's first bikini, Genfu's stylish aloha shirt despite his armor, Zack's distinctive full-body tights, and Yan Li's sharp suits and sunglasses. The page also details 3 special game features. Replay VTR mode, activated by pressing a +C at CO, allows viewing replays with rewind capability. Burst mode, selectable during character selection with L+R, turns the entire stage into a danger zone and tracks clear times separately. Finally, winning pose select lets players choose their victory stance by pressing specific button combinations during replay, although the text humorously notes this might feel less impactful if the opponent isn't skilled. This guide explores Dead or Alive's essential wake-up and stagger mechanics. The wake-up game involves choosing between staying down, rolling, or performing wake-up attacks, mid or low, after being knocked down. Utilizing these options strategically and holding against wake-ups is crucial to avoid pressure and potentially regain momentum. The stagger system introduces temporary incapacitation, with both standing and crouching variations. Throws and offensive holds are ineffective on staggered opponents. Exploiting a stagger involves follow-up attacks, like elbows for powerful counter-hits, or ranged attacks to capitalize on created distance. Players can shorten their stagger duration by button mashing. Finally, the guide highlights Lai Fang's Twin Dragon Lance, a special knockdown move allowing for immediate follow-up attacks. Visual examples, including screenshots of characters like Zhang Li, Reidu, and Lai Fang, illustrate these vital defensive and offensive strategies. This page continues the versus match strategy advice for Samurai Shodown 2-1, Blades of Blood, focusing on key mechanics like breaking through an opponent's guard, and effective use of the rage gauge to land powerful continuous attacks. It also delves into the critical moments after knocking down an opponent, showing how to recover and maintain pressure. Specific character strategies are highlighted, beginning with Shizumaru Hisame, emphasizing using his mobility for precise movements and mix-ups to control the fight. Next, Ukyo Tachibana's section discusses how to manipulate opponents by mixing up low and mid-level attacks, particularly utilizing his iconic swallow slice technique for unpredictable offense. Finally, the page presents a list of special move commands for the boss character, Zankuro Kijin, detailing his devastating techniques. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate these strategies and character-specific actions in action during gameplay. This page continues the detailed strategy guide for Samurai Shodown 2, focusing on key characters and their unique approaches. It starts with Nakoru, explaining how her tactics significantly change depending on whether she is accompanied by the hawk or the wolf, emphasizing using the hawk for pressure and anti-air defenses. Screenshots show her utilizing the hawk in combat. Next is Genjuro Kibagami, described as a versatile character skilled in both offense and defense. Strategies focus on using small pokes to gauge the opponent, punishing jumps, and breaking through guards with mix-ups, highlighting common combo strengths. Screenshots demonstrate his anti-air and multi-hit combos. Hanzo Hattori's section pinpoints his blazing dragon and dropping mole attacks as central to his game plan. It details how to close distance with dashes after using these moves and mix-up attacks, also discussing using his teleport for offensive setups while cautioning about the revealing shadow effect. Screenshots show his blazing dragon and rush attacks. Finally, Kazuki Kazama's guide emphasizes his swift movement. Tactics involve punishing guard breaks with combos, utilizing dash cancels, and seamlessly linking normal attacks into special moves for continuous pressure. The screenshots showcase his dash attacks and fire-based special moves. The guide provides valuable insights into each character's strengths and recommended strategies. This page dives into strategies for winning in Street Fighter Alpha 2, which is featured in the Street Fighter collection. It highlights the Super Combo Gauge system as a defining feature of the Alpha series, explaining that while it offers powerful attacks, its limited usage requires careful strategic timing. The page classifies the game's characters based on their difficulty and general playstyle, dividing them into defensive, execution, and offensive types, accompanied by character portraits. A detailed table then provides character-specific advice on how best to utilize the Super Combo Gauge and Zero Counter Defense. It covers a wide range of fighters like Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Akuma, Guki, M. Bison, Vega, Charlie, Nash, Sakura, Dhalsim, Zangief, and many others, offering insights into their unique strengths and recommended gauge usage, whether for offense, defense, or extending combos. This section serves as a quick reference guide for players to understand key tactics for each character. This page continues the deep dive into Street Fighter Alpha 2, focusing on advanced combat techniques and utilizing the game's core systems effectively. It breaks down crucial mechanics like the air guard, explaining its use for aerial defense and discouraging offensive jumps. Fall avoidance is also covered as a vital tool for quickly recovering from knockdowns, although the guide notes its risks when used too close to an opponent. A major section is dedicated to mastering the Super Combo Gauge. It details how to build gauge through attacks and getting blocks, and how to best integrate super combos into combos, recommending level 2 or 3 for most situations. The Zero Counter is highlighted as essential for seizing the initiative, acting as a defensive strike useful for escaping pressure, though its damage is low and requires gauge. The guide emphasizes that optimal strategy varies by character, showing how different fighters might approach gauge usage and combos. Screenshots showcase these strategies in action, featuring characters such as Ryu, Charlie, Ken, Sakura, Dan, Dhalsim, and Zangief, demonstrating specific moves and tactical scenarios like anti-air defense and countering projectiles. The overall message is clear. Success in Street Fighter Alpha 2 relies on intelligently managing the Super Combo Gauge and applying character-specific tactics. Steep Slope Sliders, a SEGA Saturn snowboarding game, offers a fast-paced experience with its SSS system and Olympic tie-in. Players navigate 7 courses, mastering tricks and avoiding obstacles. Success hinges on understanding the terrain, avoiding unnecessary jumps, and timing turns in tight corners. The game features hidden content and emphasizes trick execution, using directional buttons for trick variations and S button for rotation. Landing tricks requires jump height. Courses range in difficulty, from the beginner-friendly Extreme 00 to the competitive Alpine course. Courses include the fast-paced Extreme 01, obstacle-filled snowboard park, and courses with unique features like jumps over trains. A replay editing feature lets players review runs from different camera angles. This page reveals that Steep Slope Sliders holds much more than just realistic snowboarding. Beyond the core game, there are hidden play modes and a massive cast of unlockable characters, eventually reaching a total of 17. These aren't just typical athletes. The hidden roster includes unusual characters like a dog on a snowboard, an alien, and a penguin, alongside various anime-style figures. The game also features surreal extra courses that push beyond the realistic slopes described previously. You can shred through a space colony, ride a half-pipe in space, race across the South Pole, and even traverse the bizarre environment of outer space. These unconventional levels offer a completely different experience. Furthermore, the page teases a mysterious game screen that looks nothing like snowboarding. It appears to be some form of vertical scrolling shooter, hinting at a surprising hidden minigame. Finally, a time trial competition is announced, challenging players to achieve a specific time on certain courses using the initial characters, with a real snowboard offered as a prize for the world's fastest rider. It's clear there's a lot of depth and unexpected content packed into this game. The next page features an article on Tokyo Disneyland, a creation tool for making shooting games on the SEGA Saturn. This piece highlights useful techniques for designing stages within the game. It breaks down the methods used to create different environments, showcasing examples like a sea stage, a coast stage, and a metropolitan expressway stage, each with accompanying screenshots. The article touches on visual techniques used, such as the dome effect to express depth and raster scroll to create movement illusions. It also briefly introduces the development crew responsible for the game. This page continues the deep dive into Tokyo Disneyland, focusing on the creative tools available within the game. It highlights the crucial element of music creation with the built-in Automaro tool, detailing its capabilities for crafting custom background music with multiple tracks and measures, making it accessible even without extensive musical knowledge. We then get a look at specific examples of player-designed stages. Stage 4 is set inside the Lift Bank Company building, describing the challenges in creating realistic indoor environments and introducing a unique office lady enemy. Stage 5, the final stage, takes place in the chairman's room, showcasing how visual effects like raster scrolling were used to add dynamism despite a sparse background. Also featured is a contest where players can win prizes by submitting their original shooting games, or BGM creations, made within Disneyland. The page also includes a brief reader mail section and a column from Dr. Fumiya, offering insights into the game's development philosophy and the process of mastering game creation, likening it to a journey through different skill levels from dot to the ultimate dot test. This page features the 6th volume of the Arcade Express column, highlighting the new arcade title, Love Squared Puzzle Nagirin. It presents itself as a fresh take on falling block puzzle games, introducing a new system that adds action elements by allowing players to grab and reposition blocks before dropping them to create combos and send obstacles to their opponent. The article emphasizes the game's vibrant animation quality, created by a skilled animation studio, and its large roster, featuring over 20 unique characters, many presented as couples. The character select screen is shown, displaying various pairs players can choose from. Screenshots showcase the game's colorful visuals and gameplay interface. The information panel confirms it's a puzzle game developed by Maruka/Moss and is playable with 2 players in versus mode, though the operation period is currently undecided. The reviewer seems impressed, calling it shocking 120% and recommending it even to those who aren't typical puzzle fans. This page continues the look at Love Squared Puzzle Nagirin, detailing its game modes including Story, Endless, 2P Versus, and a 2P co-op mode specifically designed for couples. It explains the core gameplay mechanic of grabbing, moving, and dropping blocks, along with special large blocks and chain reactions caused by explosive items. The article mentions that clearing levels leads to a compatibility diagnosis. A key focus is the game's 8 playable couples, ranging from typical to highly unusual pairings. The reviewer notes the diverse relationships presented, including a male-male couple, and points out the regrettable absence of a female-female couple. Players are warned to be mindful of selecting unreasonable pairs when playing with a partner. The page showcases several couples like the hot-blooded and cosplay duo, the queen and dog with SM elements, and the bald guy and Kogel, highlighting the game's quirky character design. The concluding section from the developer, Maruka, reiterates the game's theme of love and its unique puzzle gameplay, promising rich content and a release soon. This page dives into the world of SEGA AM3 R&D, focusing on the arcade game Top Skater and a related event called Skaters Session 1997. The event, which concluded successfully, is the subject of a special crosstalk featuring AM3 producer Hisao Oguchi and Top Skater director Kenji Kano. The article highlights the excitement and positive atmosphere of the event, where players gathered to compete and enjoy Top Skater. Oguchi reflects on the success and the unique sense of community fostered by the session, suggesting it was a key concept for AM3 R&D. Kano, the director of the game, also shares his thoughts, seemingly hinting at future projects, although he's currently involved in a secret project. Photos show the lively event environment, with players engaged at the arcade cabinets, showcasing the game's visual style and the energetic vibe of the gathering. The discussion underscores the passion of the developers and the players for the game and the event, making it clear that Top Skater was a significant project for AM3 at the time. This page continues the deep dive into Sega AM3 R&D's work on Top Skater and the success of the Skaters Session 1997 event. The crosstalk with AM3 producer Hisao Oguchi and Top Skater director Kenji Kano reveals more about the philosophy behind the game and the event. They emphasize the importance of accessibility and creating an experience where everyone can enjoy themselves, rather than solely focusing on who comes in first or second. The event was a great success, generating excitement beyond typical fighting game tournaments, which AM3 often handled. Kano and Oguchi discuss thinking ahead, hinting at future possibilities for AM3 R&D, and perhaps linking arcade and home console experiences, given Sega's position with both. They reflect on the positive energy of the Skaters Session, and express interest in continuing such events. The page features photos of the event itself, showing players enjoying the Top Skater cabinets, along with a gameplay screenshot and a leaderboard display. There's also a profile and photo of Shunsuke Kato from AM3 Publicity, who handled promotions for the event. A small section announces a giveaway of Top Skater merchandise, like a t-shirt. Overall, the page reinforces the developers' passion for Top Skater and their commitment to creating engaging experiences. This page turns the spotlight onto Sega's Real Model series, specifically focusing on the popular Cybertroopers Virtualon figures. The article features a discussion with Daisuke Nakanishi from Sega Toys, who explains the series' appeal and the decision to include Virtuodroids from Virtualon, following successful lines based on other Sega hits like Sakura Wars and Neon Genesis Evangelion. They emphasize the challenge and success of translating the distinct polygon designs of the Virtuoids into physical models that offer a good balance of detail, articulation, and an accessible price point, typically around 1,980 yen, with slightly larger units like Raiden priced a bit higher. Photos showcase figures of Temjin, Viper 2, and Raiden both in their attractive blister packaging and posed out of the box, highlighting their articulation. The piece notes the involvement of Virtualon's original designer, Hirokazu Ozaki, in the model design and publicity designer, Nobutaka Ari, on the packaging, presenting these figures as must-haves for fans due to their quality and design pedigree. Sega's Real Model series features highly articulated, pre-painted Virtuoid figures from Cybertroopers Virtualon, appealing to both beginners and collectors. These ready-to-display figures prioritize posability, accurately translating the game's polygonal designs into durable physical forms. Daisuke Nakanishi from Sega Toys explains the initial Temjin, Viper 2, and Raiden lineup was based on fan input, balancing detail with durability. Future releases are planned, potentially including figures from Virtualon, Oratorio Tangram, and site color variations, contingent on fan demand. The figures are designed to be high quality, affordable, and include trading cards. The V-converter bases double as stands, and parts are easily swappable. A giveaway for the 3 figures is also announced. This page features the AM2 Official Corner, Volume 73, which is presenting a special deep dive into the popular arcade title, Virtua Striker 2. Titled A Grand Finale, this section gathers the entire development team. You see a close-up of Mitsutoshi Funabashi, the producer of Virtua Striker 2, known here as Bin-chan, along with a group photo of the gathered developers, and a dynamic screenshot from the game showing a winning goal scored with a bicycle kick. The text includes discussions or interviews with the team, reflecting on the game's development. They touch upon the progress made since the first Virtua Striker, the challenges of creating realistic graphics and player motions using the potent Model 3 hardware, and the effort required to balance visual fidelity with expressive animations. It seems they aimed for realism, especially in player movement. The segment highlights producer Funabashi and mentions his upcoming appearance as a guest at a national tournament, hinting at the possibility of players challenging him. The overall tone suggests a wrap-up of a dedicated feature on the game, celebrating its success and the team's efforts, perhaps emphasizing the fun derived from mastering the game and outplaying opponents. This page continues the deep dive into Virtua Striker 2, shifting focus to the technical side, with an interview featuring main programmer Kenta Fujita. He discusses the intricate work behind the game's graphics and motion capture, highlighting the challenges of fine-tuning animations. He points out the hidden FC Sega team's goal celebrations as a must-see highlight, and confirms that player faces were designed based on real people, including a fun look-alike for producer Mitsutoshi Funabashi, numbered 109. While most player movements were standard, one player had specific requests, adding a touch of personality. Regarding the future, the team hints that a direct sequel, Virtua Striker 3, might be challenging to develop quickly, suggesting that an updated version based on Virtua Striker 2 is a more feasible option. The page includes screenshots showcasing the game's graphics and a photo of the development team. This page highlights 2 upcoming strategy guides. First up is the official guide for All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Virtua on Saturn. This guide promises to teach you how to train the ultimate wrestler, approved by the legendary Giant Baba himself. It details wrestler techniques with photos, covers the game's unique featuring mode, delves into the history and factions of All Japan Pro Wrestling, and even includes secret techniques you won't find elsewhere. The page shows screenshots of the game in action. This guide is set for an early November release, priced at 1,100 yen for 128 pages. Below that is the official playing guide for the popular 3D fighting game, Virtua Fighter 3, This comprehensive guide breaks down the techniques for all 12 characters, covers continuous and linked combos, and offers strategies for versus play. Crucially, it also includes updated information on techniques for the Virtua Fighter 3 TB version. Akira Yuki is prominently featured. This guide is also scheduled for release in early November, priced at 1,600 yen for a substantial 280 pages. SoftBank is listed as the publisher for both guides. This page is the cover of SATURN Magazine, Volume 1.5 from November 7, 1997, published by SoftBank. The cover features a striking illustration of a blue-haired female character in an orange dress, holding a harmonica-like device. The magazine highlights a recurring interview feature titled, Ask That Person, this being the 5th installment. Featuring mechanic designer Mika Akitaka. Prominently announced is an YS Time Attack event related to Falcom Classics, along with a second interim announcement, possibly concerning Falcom Classics 2. This suggests updates on game compilations and events for fans of Nihon Falcom titles. This page features the 5th installment of the Ask That Person interview series from Monthly Falcom Magazine, this time featuring Mika Akitaka, known as a mechanic designer outside of gaming circles. He discusses his personal connection to Nihon Falcom games. Akitaka reveals he is a huge Falcom fan and was initially drawn to the games through the music, specifically the soundtrack for YS. He describes hearing the music and being so impressed by the sound quality coming from a PC that it made him want to play the game. He played the first YS on a friend's borrowed PC and was hooked, later buying YS2 himself upon its release. When asked what stands out about YS, he highlights the strong sense of drama and the well-developed story that is effectively conveyed within the game. He also praises the map design despite the relatively small game world, just a village and a tower in the first game, and notes that the puzzle difficulty is just right. He contrasts this with the difficulty of an earlier Falcom title, Romancia, which he found overwhelmingly difficult. Though the interview is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn release of Falcom Classics, a compilation featuring 3 RPG titles. It promotes the game as a great value package coming out on November 6th, with both a limited edition including a special disc and a standard edition available. There's also a prize campaign offering a figure of the goddess Fina and original telephone cards for postcard responders. The next page continues the interview with Mika Akitaka, a well-known mechanic designer who is also a big Falcom fan. He discusses playing more Falcom titles, mentioning Dragon Slayer, The Legend of Heroes, which he considers the best RPG in Japan for its automation of tedious tasks. He also played various scenarios in Sorcerian. Akitaka recounts his career path, moving from anime design at Sunrise, influenced by titles like YS, into computer game work. He praises Falcom's dedication to its user base, particularly on PC-88, and their advancements in graphics, moving from 8-color digital to 16-color. Looking forward to Falcom Classics, he is particularly excited about hearing the original FM sound source music and comparing the Saturn and original versions of the included games. The bottom section serves as a showcase for the 3 games included in the Falcom Classics compilation on the SEGA Saturn. It highlights Dragon Slayer from 1984, known for its sense of freedom and unique gameplay, where exploration and fighting monsters are just as important as the story. Next is Xanadu, a massive hit from 1985, noted for its astounding sales and innovative mechanics, like item prices fluctuating with level and extensive exploration. Finally, YS, the 1987 classic, is described for its beloved protagonist Adol, dramatic story, and balanced gameplay that is welcoming even to newcomers, with the core appeal being the tangible feeling of progression. The next page dives into the second intermediate results of the reader poll, asking what games fans would want to see if a Falcom Classics 2 were made. Leading the pack at number 1 is YS2, snatching the top spot from Sorcerian, showing strong support from the player base. Holding steady at second place is Sorcerian, maintaining a solid vote count, and being chased closely by the rapidly ascending Dinosaur in third place. Screenshots of these top 3 contenders are featured, showcasing their classic pixel art styles. The page includes comments from Victor Entertainment and magazine writers, expressing excitement about the ranking and the possibility of seeing these games included in a future compilation. There's also a reminder that the poll is still open, with the final results due in December, urging fans to send in their votes for their favorites from a list of nominated titles like Azteca, Xanadu Scenario 2, Romancia, and entries from the Legend of Heroes and Brandish series. Finally, a small section highlights a time attack challenge for one of the games, showing a recorded clear time and score, suggesting players revisit and improve their skills on these classic titles. The Capcom-focused Hello! Capcom Volume 39 highlights the release of Darkstalkers, OVA Volume 3, The Warring God Descends, praised for its animation and action. The OVA focuses on Pyron's arrival and the final battle, featuring characters like Dimitri, Lilith, and Shinko. Volume 4 is slated for March. The magazine also features fan art in Big Push Room, including Street Fighter and other Capcom characters. Results of a reader popularity poll are announced, with Resident Evil characters promising merchandise. Giveaways include a Morrigan pin badge for OVA Volume 3 and a Pocket Fighter secret file for the next issue. Submission details and contest entry information are also provided. This page features a special interview with Capcom's Yoshiki Okamoto, incorrectly labeled as Funamizu here, but the context and later appearances confirm Okamoto, and Tatsuya Mitsui about the recent AM show and the promising 4 MB RAM expansion cartridge for the Sega Saturn. The interview discusses the reception at the AM show, where rival schools, United by Fate was the most popular game, followed by Super Gem Fighter Minimix and Street Fighter 2-1, Second Impact. They touch on the possibility of Super Gem Fighter Minimix coming to the Saturn, hinting at its potential. A major topic is the new 4 MB RAM cartridge, highlighted as crucial support for the Saturn's future, enabling ports of the latest arcade fighting games. The page also includes a section detailing specific Marvel characters featured in Capcom games, likely Marvel superheroes versus Street Fighter, explaining the background of Armor Spider-Man, the Steel Spider, U.S. Agent, John Walker, and Mephisto, noting their appearances and origins within the comics and the games. The article provides context for these less commonly known versions of the characters for readers. This page continues the interview with Capcom staff, including Yoshiki Okamoto, labeled as Funamizu here but likely Okamoto based on context and style, and Tatsuya Mitsui. They discuss Capcom's strong support for the Sega Saturn, emphasizing that there will be a continuous flow of titles. They touch on the popularity of Marvel superheroes versus Street Fighter, shown in a screenshot, and the importance of the new 4 MB RAM expansion cartridge for bringing recent arcade hits to the console. They express confidence in the cartridge's ability to deliver high-quality ports and discuss how it allows them to keep pace with other hardware while maintaining the Saturn's unique identity. They confirm Capcom will continue to provide a wide variety of titles for the system. There is also a section promoting a contest to design a label for the new 4 MB RAM cartridge, providing the required dimensions for submissions. Another small section introduces a mini project related to bicycles. This page features advertisements for 2 distinct books. The first is a comprehensive collection dedicated to the classic Time Bokan anime franchise, titled Time Bokan Complete Works. This book covers various series from the beloved universe, including well-known entries like Yatterman, Zendaman, and others. It promises a deep dive into the series, with character and mecha designs, interviews with the production staff, and valuable archival materials from Tatsunoko Production, making it an essential guide for fans. The ad highlights images of iconic characters, such as the villain trio from Yatterman, alongside sketches and concept art. The second advertisement promotes a strategy and setting material book for the Windows 95 simulation game, Kaitu Ranma. Set in the Edo period, the game tasks players with raising disciples for a martial arts tournament. This book provides detailed strategy guides and exclusive content, including new illustrations by artist Yuji Naruse, as well as interviews with both the production staff and the voice actors involved in the game. An illustration of a character in traditional Japanese attire is featured, representing the game's aesthetic. Both books are presented as valuable resources for fans of their respective series. This page features the 36th installment of the weekly Fuse Academia column, titled The Subtle Relationship Between Games and Art, Source of Fear, written by Dr. Fuse. The article delves into the nature of fear, using the game Koden Kureitsu Hyaku Monogatari, Work 36, by Hudson Soft as a focal point. Dr. Fuse, introduced as someone unafraid of corpses, challenges the definition of fear. He recounts personal anecdotes, including a strange experience in a university darkroom located on former graveyard land, to explore what makes something truly scary. The column discusses sensory perception and the unsettling feeling of something unseen or a mismatch in what the senses perceive. The page includes an image related to the game Koden Kureitsu Hyaku Monogatari, showing a man in a dark, possibly supernatural setting. There's also an illustration depicting a ghostly figure, perhaps related to the Hyaku Monogatari 100 Ghost Stories theme. A profile of Dr. Fuse accompanies an illustration of him in traditional Japanese attire. The column was published in 1997. This page features the weekly fortune-telling section by Mother Hakozaki, covering the period from October 24th to October 30th. It opens with a profile of this week's lucky person, detailing specific fortunes related to money, health, work, and love, highlighted alongside an anime-style illustration. The main content is dedicated to providing horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs, with separate readings for boys and girls, each accompanied by a charming cartoon depiction of the respective sign for each gender. This section offers brief insights into various aspects of life for the week ahead. A simple legend at the bottom explains the illustration's color coding, indicating the overall luck level for each sign's forecast. It's a typical lifestyle feature found in magazines of this era, providing readers with personal guidance beyond just gaming content. This page features the pinnacle of secret techniques, a reader-submitted corner for SEGA Saturn tips and tricks. Submissions are ranked, with prizes ranging from SEGA Saturn software titles to book vouchers. It kicks off with a trick for the game Vector, noting the default limit of 3 continues. The featured tip provides a button sequence on the title screen to increase your credits to a generous 9, as shown in the screenshot confirming the boosted credit count. Next up is Dazemon 2, highlighting a discovered invincible mode within its sample games. The page gives a specific button combination involving holding L, pressing R, and then hitting X, Y, and Z while still holding L, followed by pressing L again on the sample game's title screen. This enables an invincible mode, perfect for practicing, as depicted in the screenshot showing Muteki mode, invincible mode, active. Finally, the page covers MechWarrior 2, a game focused on piloting powerful mechs. It reveals that multiple hidden commands or passwords have been found, rather than specific moves. These are codes entered via password screens, offering significant advantages. Examples include passwords for unlimited ammo, no heat tracking, unlimited jump jet usage, enabling jump jets on all mechs, allowing overweight mechs, and cruise throttle control. The screenshots show various game menus and gameplays, implying these passwords affect mech loadouts and abilities. The page concludes by soliciting more reader submissions for secret techniques, mentioning they welcome tips for any Saturn game, old or new, and prioritize well-explained ones. This page presents the SEGA Saturn software review section, featuring upcoming titles tested by the magazine's editorial staff and guest writers. The reviewers are split into groups: female users, high rollers, and guest writers, each offering their perspective. First up is Steep Slope Sliders, a snowboarding game. Reviews highlight the thrill of racing and pulling off tricks, noting the visually impressive graphics and the competitive element beyond just speed. However, some find the focus on tricks over racing depth slightly confusing, leading to varied opinions on the overall play experience and replayability. Scores are generally positive, but reflect the mixed feelings on specific aspects. Next is Detective Minton's Investigation File, the Human Figure Poet Murder Case, an adventure title. Reviewers praised the atmospheric opening and detailed town visuals, describing it as more akin to an art piece than a typical game. The main character's voice acting also received positive mentions. However, some noted issues with controls and load times impacting the flow, while others found the core mystery and puzzle elements somewhat lacking or straightforward. The game's visual style and character interactions were generally well received, despite reservations about the gameplay mechanics. Finally, a section at the bottom briefly introduces some of the reviewers and their personal gaming tastes, giving readers insight into their perspectives. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software review section, with the same reviewer groups: female users, high rollers, and guest writers, offering their takes on more upcoming releases. First up is Culdicept, a unique game-blending board game mechanics with trading card game strategy. The screenshots show a fantasy-themed board and card interface. Reviewers highlight the deep strategy involved in building decks and conquering territory. While some found the pace a bit slow, the depth and strategic thinking required were praised, with the female users giving it a high score, emphasizing the fun of deck building and competitive play. Next is Raystorm, a vertical scrolling shooter. The screenshots display intense aerial combat. Reviewers discuss the quality of this Saturn port compared to other versions, noting the solid gameplay faithful to the original arcade experience. Opinions varied on the port's technical aspects and difficulty, but the core shooting action was generally appreciated, though some felt it didn't significantly improve upon or surpass the PlayStation version. Finally, Ronde is reviewed. This appears to be a tactical RPG with polygon characters shown in the screenshots. The reception here seems less enthusiastic. Reviewers commented on the graphics and presentation feeling dated for the time, the story being uninspired, and the pacing being quite slow, particularly in the tactical battles. While there are strategic elements, the overall execution and lack of polish left some reviewers feeling disappointed. This page presents the upcoming SEGA Saturn software release schedule, covering titles slated for release in October, November, December, and beyond. It's laid out clearly in a table format, listing the release date, game title, price, publisher, genre, and any specific hardware compatibility requirements or age ratings. There's a helpful How to Read section, explaining the various genre abbreviations used, such as ACT for action, RPG for role-playing, SLG for simulation, SPT for sports, ADV for adventure, PUZ for puzzle, and others. It also details the meanings of the compatibility icons for various controllers and peripherals. Looking through the list, we see a good mix of genres hitting the platform in the coming months. For October, games like Culdicept and Ronde, which we've just seen reviews for, are listed alongside many others. November brings major releases like X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Shining Force 2 Eyes Scenario 1. December is shaping up strong with titles like Grandia. The schedule provides a comprehensive look ahead for Saturn owners, showing the breadth of software support the console was receiving at the time. Special markers also indicate newly added titles, or those with updated information. This page continues the extensive SEGA Saturn software release schedule, moving beyond the immediate months and looking ahead to titles planned for the upcoming winter, spring, and summer seasons, as well as those with release dates yet to be determined. This section reveals many highly anticipated games on the horizon. For the winter lineup, we see major fighting games like Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter and Vampire Savior, along with the survival horror classic Resident Evil. The list also includes popular RPGs and simulations, extending into spring with sequels in the Shining Force 2 Eye saga. The largest portion covers titles with undecided release dates, which promises a wealth of future releases. Here are titles like the original Guilty Gear, the platforming sequel Rayman 2, and continuations of series like Startling Odyssey and Dragon Force. Fighting game fans have more to look forward to, with titles like Waku Waku 7 and Fatal Fury. Wild Ambition. The schedule underscores the continued pipeline of diverse software for the SEGA Saturn, featuring a mix of arcade ports, original RPGs, and sequels to established franchises, keeping the platform relevant for gamers looking ahead. The next page is dedicated to a special mail-order service from the SEGA Saturn Magazine, offering exclusive merchandise to readers. This section features a variety of goods from some of the Saturn's most beloved franchises. Leading the charge is a selection of items from the immensely popular RPG, Sakura Wars. Fans can grab unique Zippo lighters adorned with characters like Sakura Shinguji and Sumire Kenzaki, highly detailed action dolls, and figures of the Imperial Combat Review, puzzles, and trading cards. The page also highlights merchandise from the dating simulation's Sentimental Graffiti, showcasing impressive 1/6 scale figures of the game's heroines. For fans of the gritty fighting game Last Bronx, there are character t-shirts, pin badge sets, and telephone cards available. The page concludes with a series of striking posters and tapestries, featuring iconic artwork from Neon Genesis Evangelion. All the featured items have their prices listed, allowing fans to add collectibles from their favorite games to their collection directly through the magazine's service. There's even a gift campaign for larger purchases. The next page presents another selection of exclusive merchandise available through the magazine's mail-order service, featuring popular SEGA franchises. Fans of Neon Genesis Evangelion can add puzzles and a card collection to their collections, expanding on the posters featured previously. For Sonic the Hedgehog enthusiasts, a range of apparel is offered, including t-shirts with various designs and comfortable sweatshirts, alongside cuddly Sonic plush toys in both large and small sizes. Fighting game fans are treated to special, last chance, limited edition Virtua Fighter 3 t-shirts. These shirts showcase key characters from the game, such as Jackie, Sarah, Lau, Pai, Akira, Wolf, Lion, Cage, Jeffrey, Shundai, Lei, and Durl, spread across 2 distinct shirt series. Additionally, a Virtua Fighter 3-themed WINPC collection keydrum is available, providing digital goods like wallpapers and icons for PC users. The page concludes with instructions on how readers can place orders and acquire these exclusive items directly through the magazine. This page announces a special reader giveaway from SEGA Saturn Magazine. Readers are invited to send in a postcard with their details and preferred prize for a chance to win various SEGA Saturn-related items. The prizes include SEGA Saturn game software for 20 lucky winners, allowing them to choose a game released by September 24, 1997. Other exciting items are available, such as a special digital watch themed after the game's steep slope sliders for 10 winners, and rare telephone cards featuring characters from Next King, the Millennium Kingdom of Love for 5 winners. Music enthusiasts can try their luck to win the official soundtrack CD for Silhouette Mirage, also for 5 winners. Finally, 5 readers can win an exclusive poster for the game's Seifuku High School Countdown, which was distributed at a game show. The page also notes that the November 14th issue of SEGA Saturn Magazine is set to be released on October 31st. Contact information for inquiries about the magazine's content is provided, though they specify they cannot answer questions about game hints or cheats. Below the main giveaway details is a list of winners from the magazine's October 3rd and 10th issues, featuring prizes that included Saturn games, various Neon Genesis Evangelion merchandise, posters for games like Sunrise Ayutan and Kuro no Danshu, t-shirts, and software for titles such as Super Robot Wars Fu and Kaze no Notamono. This page features a large advertisement or promotional spread for the SEGA Saturn game, Chaos Seed, Feng Shui Chronicle, known internationally as Chaos Seed. It's described as a dungeon-raising simulation game. The artwork prominently features a large, smiling woman in pink, a male character holding a large shovel/tool, a cat, and a small green creature. The title Chaos Seed is displayed boldly. The page promotes several aspects of the game, highlighting that the contents are hot and the bonuses are generous. It notes that the initial limited edition comes with a premium CD and encourages immediate reservations. The game includes digitized content from a popular serialized comic, plus newly drawn comics, and features a luxurious voice cast including well-known actors like Sakura Tange, Yuko Mizutani, and Kenji Utsumi. It also includes an illustration collection featuring mystical beasts and characters by artists Akari Funato and Baruno Otsuki. Developed by Neverland Company and published by Especially, Chaos Seed was released on December 4th for a suggested retail price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. Especially is promoting it as a recommended title. This page showcases 3 notable games from Warp: D, Enemy Zero, and Real Sound, Cause No Regret. D, a 1995 horror game, follows Laura in a terrifying hospital with full polygon graphics and cinematic camera work. It garnered awards and international success. Enemy Zero, 1996, is a spaceship-set interactive movie where Laura uses sound to fight invisible enemies. Praised for its intense human drama and featuring talent like Michael Nyman and Fumito Ueda, it received awards and sold well, later adding an easier mode. Real Sound, Cause No Regret, 1997, is a unique audio-based love story. Players influence the narrative through choices, creating an emotionally resonant experience focused on human connection. The page includes visuals from D and Enemy Zero within vintage television frames and may feature development team portraits.